The House come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Will the House and gallery please rise for the invocation which will be offered by the chaplain?
Almighty God, you have made us for yourself, and our hearts are restless until they rest in you. Lord, we come before you today with restless hearts, with anxieties, with doubts, with pain. More and more, we come to realize that it is only in you that we can find peace, that peace that the world cannot give. We ask you for this peace today, Lord. Speak your consoling truth into our hearts, the truth that you love us and long for us since you made us for yourself. Grant that we may remain in your truth and in your love as we go through our work this day. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Oscar Longoria of Hidalgo County to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags. And he has some very special guests with him.
Yes, my daughters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please join me in the pledge to our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. House Bill 49, CLIC, sponsored by Colcourse, relating to public access to certain hospital investigation information and materials. House Bill 446.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Metcalf moves to dispense the reading and referral bills until the end of today's calendar. Is the objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair is pleased to recognize Dr. Jake Margo from Rio Grande City as the Doctor of the Day. The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to recommit House Bill 4382 to the Committee on Homeland Security and Public Safety.
Members heard the motion. To objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Murr for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the 5-day posting rule to permit the Committee on General Investigating in a public hearing today at 2 p.m. in room E1.030 to conduct a due process hearing.
Members heard the motion. To objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Insurance to meet while the House is in session today at 2 p.m. in room 1W.14 Agricultural Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members heard the motion. To objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The following announcements, the clerk read the announcements.
The Committee on Insurance will meet today at 2 p.m. in room 1W14 Agricultural Museum in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business. The Committee on Ways and Means will meet today upon adjournment at desk 41 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, please take your seats. We have a memorial resolution. Members, please take your seats. The chair lays out the following previously adopted resolution. The clerk will read the caption.
H.R. 998 by Canales, honoring Fire Chief Sean M. Snyder for his exemplary service to the city of Edinburgh.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Sean Snyder served our community with tremendous dedication as a fire chief for over 25 years. And it's with a heavy heart that we mourn the passing of Chief Snyder. Sean was my friend. When I was burning trash at my house and almost burned the whole neighborhood down, it was Sean that saved it. Some of the first bills I passed were because Sean was so dedicated to the process and firemen and safety of the community, were Sean's ideas for rural South Texas. He was a truly dedicated member of our community. He was a true hero. I've got pictures of him and my son and all the events. He was tireless. He never stopped. We just lost him last week. He was kind, he was selfless, and he touched many, many lives. His legacy will live on through countless lives he saved, and we extend our heartfelt condolences to Chief Snyder's family. May Sean rest in peace, for he truly, truly lived a good life.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, members. The chair recognizes Mr. Guerra on the previously adopted resolution.
Mr. Speaker and members, I was born in Edinburgh, Texas, and I remember the days when the Edinburgh Fire Department, Independent Fire Department, was actually born. I knew Chief Johnny Economides. Obviously, he was there way before Sean. And I remember when Sean first started with the Edinburgh Fire Department. And we go back many, many years. And I can just tell you that Dane Hill, who was also a fire chief there, they all loved him. And they all nurtured him. And it was amazing watching his leadership. I got to know Sean many years later, and I can tell you he was a great guy, great man, and the city of Edinburgh, and really the Rio Grande Valley, but the city of Edinburgh especially, is going to really, really miss Sean. He was a great man, and what a tribute to the city of Edinburgh. So anyways, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity, and I just wanted to let the members know the great guy that we lost. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolution 1340 relating to the use of the House chamber.
Members heard the motion. The objection, chair has none so ordered. By the following resolution, the clerk read the resolution.
H.R. 1340 by Garcia, granting permission for the floor of the House to be opened on May 7, 2023 for the UT Austin Air Force ROTC commissioning ceremony.
The chair recognizes Ms. Garcia to explain the resolution.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is my honor to stand before you as this House's only woman veteran and to welcome the UT Austin Air Force ROTC to have their ceremony here in our chambers. One thing about us military folks is we take tradition and heritage to the very core of our being. And with this resolution, we will grant the UT Austin Air Force ROTC permission to use this House chamber this Sunday. I move adoption.
Members, the question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. The objection, chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. Pardon me, members, this actually requires a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 146 ayes and 0 nays. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Timish for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today, we recognize in the gallery former Louisville ISD Teachers of the Year, along with our superintendent, Dr. Lori Rapp. I would like to suspend the rules. for this recognition. Thank you.
Members have heard the motion. Objecting, chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1421 by Timish, honoring Louisville ISD Teachers of the Year on the occasion of their visit to the state capitol on May 4th, 2023.
The chair recognizes Ms. Timish to explain the resolution.
I was just overly excited. Thank you again. Standing in the gallery are our Louisville ISD Teachers of the Year, along with Superintendent Dr. Lori Rapp. These dedicated educators took the trip to Austin to meet with us to discuss the importance that our educational system has on our children. They have a passion to motivate our students, and that has not gone unnoticed. Thank you for always going above and beyond for the education of our children. Members, would you please help me recognize our Teachers of the Year from LISD? Thank you. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolution. Objection, chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence will meet today upon adjournment at desk 98 in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider H.R. 1447.
Members heard the motion. No objection. Chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolution, the clerk will read the resolution.
H.R. 1447 by Lalani, commending the Engage Texas Emerging Leaders Program.
The chair recognizes Dr. Lalani to explain the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is a great honor for me to welcome the Emerging Leaders Program to the state capitol. The activist and musician Harry Belafonte, who died last month at the age of 96, described anti-democracy as a virus and pro-democracy is an antibody to that virus. As a physician, that comparison really sticks with me. To ensure that the antibody triumphs over the virus, Belafonte said, we have to become vigilant and we have to stay on top of the issues of democracy and freedom. Fortunately, as participants of the Emerging Leaders Program, I know you are already interested in staying on top of the issues of freedom and democracy, and Engage sees your potential as a part of the next generation of leaders. I encourage you to think about how you can use your leadership skills to address the issues facing our society. As a society, we must strive for diverse and inclusive representation in the leadership. We bring a unique perspective and experience to the table that is important for creating policies that reflects the needs of our communities. Your voices, experience, and perspectives are essential to shaping our society. You have the power to make the positive impact in our communities and beyond. I offer you my support and encouragement, and I hope that you will continue to develop your leadership skills and use them to create a better future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption resolution. The objection, chair hears none. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Longoria for recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Today, I'd like to welcome the fifth graders from Covenant Christian Academy from McAllen, Texas. They're here today with their teachers, Mr. Kevin and Ms. Cherie. Congratulations to these fifth graders that are about to complete their final year in elementary and embark on their middle school journey. Thank you for coming to the Capitol, and thank you for all the parents and supporters that brought them up to the Capitol today. Welcome.
Please excuse Mr. Brewer because of important business in the district. On the motion of Mr. Turner's objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Mr. Herrera for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to suspend all necessary rules to take up and consider House Resolutions 1410, 1411, 1412, and 1413.
Members, you heard the motions. Are there objections? The chair hears none. The rules are suspended. The following resolutions, the clerk will read the resolutions.
H.R. 1410 by Herrero, commending Kristen Catan for her service as a legislative aide in the office of State Representative Abel Herrero. H.R. 1413 by Herrero, commending Kennedy Kroom for her service as a legislative aide in the office of State Representative Abel Herrero. H.R. 1412 by Herrero, commending Kennedy Kibler for her service as a legislative aide in the office of State Representative Abel Herrero. H.R. 1411 by Herrero, commending Isabella Yassi for her service as a legislative aide in the office of State Representative Abel Herrero.
The chair recognizes Mr. Herrero to explain the resolutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, these resolutions are to congratulate and to thank our legislative aides from the University of Texas at Austin who have been an integral part of our team this session. Today in the gallery, we have Kirsten Catan, who will be graduating tomorrow from University of Texas with a degree in government. Please acknowledge her accomplishments, please. We also want to thank Kennedy Kibler, who is majoring in business honors and finance. Also, Isabella Isasi, who will also be graduating tomorrow with a degree in psychology from the University of Texas. And we also want to thank Kennedy Kroom, who is another legislative aide in our office who is majoring in business honors and accounting in the University of Texas, who is currently in Barcelona doing a study abroad program. We want to thank all of these young women who have shown a true dedication to service to our communities, our constituency, and the state of Texas. And we are also grateful and thankful for choosing our office for helping our constituents as well. So on behalf of all of us, on behalf of all of our constituency, we want to say thank you to all of our legislative aides, all of those that are here with us and all those that are somewhere else. But best wishes and great future for all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Move for adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the resolutions. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The resolutions are adopted. Members, we're about to go on the calendar. If you have a bill, please be ready. Is Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso on the floor of the House? The chair lays out on third reading SB 49. The clerk read the bill.
SB 49 by Zaffarini, relating to crime victims' compensation.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill Representative Gonzalez laid out yesterday. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 49. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Harris of Williamson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 110 ayes, 36 nays, SB 49 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 2171. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2171 by Alvarado relating to the qualifications of experts in certain healthcare liability claims.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harless to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill Ms. Davis laid out yesterday. I move adoption.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 2171. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There have been 145 ayes, 0 nays. SB 2171 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1741. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1741 by Zaffarini relating to the route designation for the issuance of a permit for the movement of oversized and overweight vehicles in Webb County.
The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this would designate Highway 255 in Webb County as an overweight corridor. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1741. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Raymond voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 142 ayes, 1 nay. SB 1741 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 929. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 929 by Parker relating to the notice and compensation a municipality must provide before revoking the right to use property for a use that was allowed before the adoption of or change to zoning regulation or boundary.
The chair recognizes Dr. Rogers to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Senate Bill 929 gives businesses 2 options of compensation if they've been deemed non-conforming by a municipality. This bill preserves local control and protects property rights. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 929. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Dr. Rogers voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 136 ayes and 8 nays, SB 929 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1603. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1603 by Hughes relating to the decision of a court of appeals not to accept certain interlocutory appeals.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smithy to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill we passed yesterday that making summary denials of permissible appeals reviewable. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1603. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Smithy voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 143 ayes and 1 nay. SB 1603 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1615. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1615 by Zaffarini relating to the cosmetology licensure compact.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Compact in support of military spouses' jobs. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1615. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 145 ayes, 0 nays. SB 1615 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1469. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1469 by Betancourt relating to requiring certain information before being employed by a child care facility.
The chair recognizes Ms. Noble to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will give child care providers an additional tool to screen out predators who are already banned from public and private schools, who might seek employment to gain access to children. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1469. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Bowers voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 144 ayes and 1 nay. SB 1469 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 593. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 593 by Sparks relating to licensing and oversight of certain facilities and homes providing substitute care for children in the conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill we passed yesterday, but they're telling me that I've got to come back and do it again today. This streamlines the rules and regulations in the foster care system. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 593. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Frank voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 144 ayes and 0 nays. SB 593 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading SB 1332. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1332 by Huffman, relating to the provision of funding to the Texas Historical Commission for the state historic sites.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 1332 establishes an endowment for the Texas Historical Commission to help them properly maintain our historical sites in the state of Texas. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB 1332. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, SB 1332 is finally passed. Please excuse Dr. Allen because important business on the motion of Ms. Bowers. Objection, chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out SB 1401 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1401 by Zaffarini, relating to the right of victims of sexual assault and certain procedures and reimbursements occurring with respect to a sexual assault or other sex offense.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of Senate Bill 1401 until 12:15 today. Thank you.
Members heard the motion. The objection, chair has done so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2263. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2263 by Darby, relating to the authority of a natural gas local distribution company to offer energy conservation programs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply saves residential and commercial owners save on their utility bills and reduce consumption. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2263. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 140 ayes and 4 nays. HB 2263 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2847. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2847 by Darby, relating to the jurisdiction of the Railroad Commission of Texas over a study of the upstream production, pipeline, transportation, and storage of hydrogen.
The chair recognizes Mr. Darby to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply establishes a hydrogen policy council, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2847. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Darby voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 141 ayes and 1 nay. HB 2847 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4811. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4811 by Inchia, relating to the creation of the Texas Energy Efficiency Council to foster collaboration, coordination, and communication to enhance the state's energy efficiency performance and strategically utilize the state's resources to optimize the benefits of energy efficiency programs.
The chair recognizes Mr. Inchia to explain the bill.
Thank you. This is the TEEC. It comes out of a recommendation of the Public Utility Commission report in 2002. Move adoption. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4811. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Inchia voting aye. Have all members voted? There have There being 93 ayes and 50 nays, HB 4811 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading, HB 671. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 671 by Gonzalez-Valpasso relating to a veteran suicide prevention campaign.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to explain the bill.
Good morning, members. This bill is a bill that we passed yesterday. I want to thank everybody who helped make sure that we are protecting our veterans. So this is our suicide prevention bill, resource bill, and I want to really do want to thank all y'all. So I move passage.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson in favor of the bill.
Members, I want you to know that this bill is supported by the VFW and the American Legion across the board. We understand the percent of veterans who die from suicide. And when you look at this collectively, you may think, well, this is a federal project, they need to pay attention. No, it's all of our responsibilities because there are neighbors, there are business partners, there are folks within our churches and our Sunday school classes. Veterans need help. And I'm going to tell you, as a person who spent 14 and a half years in war, after my 32 years, I will tell you the damage has been done and those wounds cannot be seen. And if you want to know more about that, I'll be more than happy to share with you. You're not going to like it, but it's horrible what a lot of our soldiers have experienced. I am fully in support of this bill, and I ask that you give them a unanimous support. And let's show our veterans out there that we mean business, we love them, and we care about what they have done. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Jones of Harris for the bill.
I really wish that I could JA this bill, but those spots were already taken. But for those of you who don't know, my father went away to Vietnam. He came back from Vietnam a changed person, and he blew his brains out. And I was in the room with him when he did it. And his name was John Jones. My uncle, Rocky Jones, went away to Vietnam as well. And when he came back, he wasn't the same. And he blew his brains out. So I absolutely stand with this bill because when people go away to war, they're not always treated well when they come back and they have issues, and it profoundly affects their families. And so I went from a kid with, I guess, a traditional family with a mom, a dad, and me, to growing up in a single family household because my dad couldn't figure it out and the VA did not treat him well. So I hope everybody supports this bill because it doesn't make sense that you go away to serve this country so everybody can have the rights and privileges of being an American, and they come back and life isn't welcoming to them. It affects their families, their kids, everybody. Thank you for filing this bill. I really appreciate it.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso to close on the bill.
May we all support our veterans and pass this bill. Thank you to everyone for your beautiful and powerful stories, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 671. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Should Ms. Gonzalez of El Paso voting aye. Ms. Jones of Harris voting aye. Should Mr. Lopez voting aye. Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? Been 146 ayes, 0 nays. HB 671 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 270. The clerk read the bill.
HB 270 by Thompson of Harris relating to post-conviction forensic DNA testing.
The chair recognizes Mr. Thompson of Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, you remember this is a bill about justice and DNA testing. I move final passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 270. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Should Ms. Thompson of Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes and 0 nays, HB 270 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2608. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2608 by Guerin relating to the use by certain municipalities of certain tax revenue to fund convention center facilities, multipurpose arenas, venues, and related infrastructure.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 2608 is the COVID rebound for the city of Fort Worth. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2608. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guerin voting aye. Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 127 ayes and 16 nays, HB 2608 is finally passed. The chair is out on third reading. HB 3483. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3483 by Turner, relating to the creation, distribution, and posting of a Veterans Benefits and Services poster in the workplace.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the bill that simply allows for the Texas Workforce Commission to distribute a poster publicizing already existing veterans benefits to employers that employ 50 employees or more. It does not create a new program, and there's no fiscal note. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3483. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Turner voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 95 ayes, 48 nays, HB 3483 is finally passed. The chair is out on third reading. HB 4928. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4928 by Frank, relating to the continuation of certain healthcare provider participation programs in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is just a 4-year renewal of my local LPPF. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4928. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Frank voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 119 ayes, 25 nays. HB 4928 is finally passed. The chair is out on third reading. HB 4539. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4539 by Goldman, relating to qualifications for participation in the Moving Image Industry Incentive Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill lowers the residential requirements for moving image industry. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4539. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? All members voted. There have been 117 ayes and 27 nays. HB 4539 is finally passed. The chair is out on third reading. HB 4653. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4653 by Anchia, relating to participation in a deferred retirement option plan by members of the retirement systems for police and firefighters in certain municipalities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Anchia to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'll direct you to a letter that all of you have on your desks from the Dallas Police Association and the Dallas Firefighters Association in favor of this bill. It's going to allow us to retain 69 senior officers in our Dallas police force. Our drop program is used and is an important incentive. And in fact, our police chief has come down here to advocate for it extensively. In Dallas, we need to hire 600 more police officers. And this allows us at least to keep some of our senior police officers in the force through this incentive. They are currently paying 13.5% of their paycheck, but they will receive no benefit for those who have stayed after 10 years unless they extend from 10 years to 20 under this bill. The bill is not retroactive, members, and there are, again, 69 senior officers who are still on the force but have exceeded the 10-year drop benefit, yet they're still paying into the program and will receive no benefit going forward. Move passage.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Ramos.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members,
Mr. Speaker.
$3 billion.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment in that it is not germane to the bill.
$3 billion is what is
Please bring your point of order
unleveraged in
down
this
front.
pension.
Mr. Inchia raises a point of order against further consideration of the Ramos Amendment, Amendment Number 1 under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane. The bill extends the eligibility period for deferred retirement option plan offered by certain municipal retirement systems. The amendment would require the municipality's governing body to conduct a study every 5 years to determine the impact of the deferred retirement option on both the retirement system's actuarial soundness and the municipality's ability to improve employee retention. Ms. Ramos argues that her amendment merely provides an accountability mechanism for the changes to law made by the bill. The bill made a single change to extend the current eligibility period from 10 to 20 years. The amendment relates to the matters beyond this limited scope. Thus, it is not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to speak against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, please, please, please pay attention. It's a very important issue, which is why I was interrupted. $3 billion. B with the billion with the B. $3 billion is what the unfunded liability is on this current fund as it stands. In 2017, it was $1 billion of unfunded liability in this fund account. Now, it is up for, what you will hear the author say is it's up for sunset review in 2025. The current bill as written is extending the time that these officers and firefighters can contribute to this fund from 10 years to 20 years. Now hear that. If in 10 years we're at $3 billion unfunded liability, $3 billion in the red, and this is just for Dallas, but if right now with a 10-year participation, we're $3 billion negative, where are we going to be if we extend it to 20 years? To 20 years. So what we need to do is leave the fund as is, respect our commitments as is, figure out a way to dig ourselves out of this $3 billion before we extend the time. Mind you, once again, it is up for sunset review in 2025. If at that time the recommendation is to extend it to 20 years, then we honor and respect that. But we cannot put the cart before the horse and bail out, again, this fund, whether taxpayers, whether it's from taxes, the city of Dallas or the state of Texas, taxpayers will have to fill the gap.
The
gentlelady yield for questions.
Yes, ma'am.
She yields for questions.
Thank you. Representative Ramos, I'm listening to your bill and I saw the amendment, and I just want to make sure we put it in perspective for members so they'll understand why you felt this amendment was important. As I understand it, it was a study to review a pension plan that has been in trouble. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm aware that, and I've spoken with Chairman Inchia, I'm aware that Dallas Police and Fire have indicated that they support extending this time. Are you aware that there are many others who don't agree with this position that are either retired and or past police and fire?
Yes, ma'am. Unfortunately, the payout for this fund, because they're so over-leveraged, the payout for other individuals, survivors of people, different participants in this program, are not able to maximize withdrawal because this fund is so over-leveraged to the amount of $3 billion.
And so your amendment was simply to determine whether or not this makes sense for us to move forward in the same fashion, because are you getting phone calls, as I am, with regard to folks not being able to get their money out of the DROP program as it stands today?
Yes, ma'am. As it stands today, yes. I'm getting phone calls from individuals who are saying, we're not able to withdraw our money because we're being told they are already so extremely over-leveraged that there is not enough funds to actually do what was committed for the 10 years. If we extend that to 20 years, it's going to be mass chaos.
Are you aware that the board, we've had to go back trying to figure out ways to get the board to be sensitive to the folks who are putting money in this account? And I want to be clear, we're talking about money that is not part of their retirement, but this is their own personal money that's like in a savings account. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so right now, folks who are currently in a drop program have to take a monthly annuity versus being able to draw amounts of money out of the fund that they would like to have. That belongs to them, is that correct?
Correct, and they're able to withdraw while they're still employed as well.
And so your amendment is just basically saying that we need to review this because people have life savings in this account, and we want to make sure that it is protected. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And so no one should be fearful of looking at whether or not it's actuarially sound. Is that the notion here?
That's exactly right. I was simply asking for a check-in every 5 years to make sure that $3 billion doesn't become $5 billion, doesn't become $10 billion, and we are all on the line for this lack of prudence when we're talking about actually honoring our commitments to this fund.
Members, please confine your remarks to the bill before us, not the previous amendment.
I'm sorry, I didn't. So I want to be clear. I just want to make sure members understand that, because I think it's important. We had this bill before us, this issue, and so we're trying to make sure that the work we did a few sessions ago will continue to be make sense for the citizens we represent. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so I just want to say to members that please be careful to not to ignore what we're trying to do, because we're trying to be fiscally responsible for the citizens we represent. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
It's unfortunate that you have to be against this bill because we are not able to look at it and review it for what it's supposed to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, to close, members, there was a different study and different information provided to the City Council. And what it said is that the current $3 billion unfunded liability, this fund will not be fully funded for another 68 years if nothing changes. So that is where we are at right now. If you vote against this bill, what you're saying is let's remain with the status quo. We are still honoring the individuals and their 10 years, what they signed up for. We are going to continue to honor that and respect those that fund as created when you signed up for it. What I am asking you to do is vote against this bill because it'll allow them to continue to honor the individuals who are currently participating without exacerbating the problem. And then in 2 years, we can come back and see if we want to double it, then by all means, let's do that. But before we continue to dig ourselves into a negative deficit for the city of Dallas, let's make sure that we honor our commitment to the current participants of this fund. I ask that you do not support this bill, that you are prudent with this investment, and that we continue to honor those current participants. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frazier for the bill.
Members, Speaker, I'm going to go over some numbers here. I think everybody's been watching crime that's been happening all across our state. I'm going to just do this really quick because I think folks don't understand or what they're being told. In 2022, we had 212 officers leave the department. 150 were hired. We have a class that's graduating at the end of this month of 17. 17 people are coming out of academy to protect a city of 1.2 million people. And with 25 cities that are surrounded, that makes over 4 million people in a population coming into the city in and out every day. Just to give you some hard numbers, 990,000 calls last year. And you're doing it with 3,100 officers. And in 2006, you had 3,600 officers. We're going backwards. This is a retention bill. This is all it does. If you had to go hire those officers, you would spend 3 times the amount of money to get that population of officers on a department versus creating this bill to protect it, to get us to the next session, to go to the fix. So I urge you, especially my Republican members, to vote for this bill. This is a retention bill. We do not want to see what's happening in Austin happening to the city of Dallas and that department that is the only major city department in the state of Texas that has lowered crime in the last 2 years. Think about that. The only one. So those of you that didn't vote for this yesterday, I please urge you to vote for this bill and be right on crime. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
Will Representative Frazier yield for questions?
Mr. Frazier, do you yield for questions?
Hey, Representative Frazier, there's a lot of chatter, and I've had some people asking me if you are in favor of this bill, because I think it was hard for people in the back to hear.
The answer is yes. I am in favor of this bill. I'm on this bill. And so it's
you're
a
a
very
joint
good
author
bill.
of this bill. You're in favor of this bill. In fact, every member of the legislature on their desk has a letter from the Dallas Police Association and the Dallas firefighters in favor of this bill, correct?
Yes. Members, if you look on your desk, and I know there's gets a lot of stuff that gets put on your desk all the time, but if you look on your desk, you're going to see a one-pager that's out there with the Dallas Police, the Dallas Fire. Both of the associations are for this. Not only is that, the city's for it, and the fund is for it. We have had no opposition till just now on this bill. So please vote for this bill.
Ms. Davis, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
He yields.
So, Representative Frazier, I just want to ask you if, in fact, there are members in other associations who have concerns about their inability to get the money out of the program.
The inability to get the drop money out of the program has been an issue. It has because of the state of the fund.
I can't hear. I'm sorry.
The answer is yes.
Yes, there are some concerns. Would you agree?
Yeah. Yeah. This bill has zero to do with that. So what you're talking about right now has nothing to do with this bill.
And I understand that, but I want to make sure that we at least put it in perspective that there's a legitimate concern with extending the period. Is that correct?
There's a concern, but what you're talking about has nothing to do with this bill.
No, what I was saying is we are extending the life of the drop program from 10 years to 20 years. Is that correct?
That is correct. To retain officers that are there right now that we need to keep. We had 12 officers leave last week. Did you know that?
There's a limited amount of officers that this really affects right now. Is that correct?
I could not hear you.
I think I understand that there's a limited amount of officers that we're talking about extending this to. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so my question is, just because I think people are confused, you're not necessarily trying to say this is not good. What we're trying to say is, does this further create the instability of the fund because you're putting in monies and people currently who have money in those programs cannot get their money out without doing a monthly annuity. Is that correct? And I know this doesn't do that in this bill, but currently is that the practice of the fund, the drop program?
This bill is a retention bill to keep the officers that we have that are senior.
No, but I'm asking you, based on the fact that you're now extending this time frame for these officers.
For retention purposes.
For retention purposes, which makes good sense to me. I'm not opposed to what you're trying to do.
Because you represent Dallas and you know what the crime's like.
I'm opposed to them those individuals who would like to get their monies out of drop. They cannot now. And we're extending the period with the drop program. Is that correct?
Madam Member, this, what your subject is, has nothing to do with this bill.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
What you keep asking has nothing to do with this bill.
No, but it's relative. It relates to what we're doing. Would you agree that it makes sense that one would be concerned about any kind of extension to a program which currently holds their money and they're not able to get to? That's the relationship I'm trying to talk about. Though this bill doesn't do this, the question is, or the thought is that there's that concern, and I just want you to say yes or no. Are you aware that there's a concern by many officers that they can't currently get access to their money in a drop program without taking a monthly annuity?
There has been a concern of that, yes, ma'am.
And so it makes sense then that somebody would want to make sure that the fund is actuarially sound as we extend the program. Would that make sense?
I'll agree with you to an extent.
Okay, and that's all I think we were trying to do, was establish that this fund is unique in that people can't get their monies out of it like other retirement funds or savings accounts, if you will.
What they can't do is they can't draw a lump sum, is what you were speaking of, which they could do in the past.
Would you agree that it is their money, though? It is their money.
But it's nudized, and they are getting their in payments. So they are getting their money from the fund, and it comes out, but they can't take lump sums of money out.
So what you're saying is that it is right, they cannot get a lump sum out of this drop program. That's correct.
And this bill wouldn't change any of that.
And you didn't change any of that, but it makes sense that people be concerned because you're capturing their money and holding it over this long period of time.
Well, the fund is holding their money. It's a pension fund.
And so they have to get a monthly annuity. That's what I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
And it's also correct then that there are people, officers, rank and file, and retirees that aren't able to get their money at this, and they're no longer affiliated, or beneficiaries no longer affiliated with the city or police and fire. They have to take a monthly annuity. And the question is, do you think that has anything to do with it being a actuarially sound plan?
I don't know a fund out there that you can just go to pull all your money out. So on any type of pension fund. All right. Thank you, members. Please vote yes for this bill.
The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado in favor of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to start off by saying that, one, I'm in favor of this bill. Two, I have the utmost respect for my colleagues in our delegation who are of differing viewpoints. What I'd like to talk about is what we're seeing on the ground in Dallas and the data that the Dallas Police Department is dealing with. The fact is that they get 5,300 calls every single day to 911. 5,300 calls on average. Last year, in fiscal year 22, they had 1.8 million 911 calls. And so when we're calling 911, we want and expect law enforcement to show up right away as soon as possible. And they are working hard with the resources that they have, with the number of officers that they have, to do their best to show up. There are some calls that require 2 officers to show up. And those are some accidents that occur on the freeway. If there are domestic disturbance calls where there's an aggressor on the scene, domestic violence calls, if there's a robbery in progress, a hostage, shooting calls, these are real issues that our city is dealing with, and that requires more officers to show up to those 911 calls. Our city has created, our department has created a tiered system of 911 calls. And their goal, they're just short of meeting the priority 1 goal, which are the most serious violent calls. The goal is to get there in 8 minutes as a response time. And right now they're sitting just slightly above at 9.88 minutes for an officer to arrive on the scene. Legislation like this will help us not just meet the goal of meeting those response times that all of our constituents want, but it also, when you look at what they're doing, they also, year-to-date, violent crime has decreased by more than 5%. So they are working hard, members. We want to give them the tools. Our Dallas Police Chief, Eddie Garcia, the department is asking for this extra tool to keep as many of our senior officers on the force, and so that we retain this institutional knowledge and this experience that they have on our force. So that is why those are some of the reasons that I am in support of this bill. We're respectfully asking you to vote yes in support of this bill.
The chair recognizes Mr. Manchia to close on the bill.
Thank you. I'm sorry that this has taken longer than necessary. This is a top law enforcement priority in the city of Dallas. This will help us retain officers. It will help us make Dallas safer. Our police chief is begging us for this tool, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4653. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Anchia voting aye, Mr. Frazier voting aye, Mr. Meyer voting aye, Ms. Niave Criado voting aye, Ms. Theory voting aye, Ms. Goodwin voting aye, Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 120 ayes and 22 nays, HB 4653 is finally passed. Ms. Davis, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move that the remarks on this bill be reduced to writing and put in a journal.
Members who heard the motion, objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4354. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4354 by Lozano relating to a mitigation and preparedness program and a fortified homes program administered by the Texas Windstorm Insurance Association.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lozano to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill allows, on a recommendation from Texas Windstorm Insurance Association, for a mitigation and preparedness program. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4354. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lozano voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 132 ayes and 12 nays. HB 4354 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3743. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3743 by Goldman relating to the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation, expanding authority to adopt fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill provides updates for TDLR. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3743. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 139 ayes, 2 nays, HB 3743 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 103. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 103 by Murr relating to the appointment of a retired or former judge as a visiting judge in certain counties.
The chair recognizes Mr. Murr to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this bill relates to the definition of a visiting judge in a constitutional county court. May the fourth be with you. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 103. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Murr voting aye. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 143 ayes and 0 nays. HB 103 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1899. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1899 by Meyer relating to increasing the criminal penalties for insider trading and other misuse of official information.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 1899 strengthens the state's laws regarding abuse of official information by a public servant for personal financial gain, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1899. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 141 ayes, 0 nays. HB 1899 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2002. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2002 by Oliverson relating to preferred provider benefit plan out-of-pocket expense credits for payments made by an insured directly to a physician or healthcare provider.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill is one we heard yesterday that makes sure that consumers who are out shopping for better deals on healthcare get credited fully by their insurance companies for having do so. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2002. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 144 ayes, 0 nays. HB 2002 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2345. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2345 by Guillen relating to the definitions for purposes of gambling, criminal offenses, and the prosecution of the criminal offense of gambling, gambling promotion, and keeping a gambling place.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this provides a definition for economic benefit and clarifies that a private place may be defined as a private club. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2345. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 95 ayes, 47 nays. HB 2345 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2976. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2976 by Guillen relating to an elective course on firearm safety for public high school students and the designation of August as Firearm Safety Awareness Month.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill directs the State Board of Education to develop firearm safety course to focus on accident prevention, promote the safety and protection of students, and emphasize how students should respond when encountering a firearm, and to move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2976. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 130 ayes, 14 nays, HB 2976 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3444. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3444 by Canales, relating to the classification of transportation districts by the Texas Transportation Commission.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Texas Transportation to Pass or Rule criteria for designations of regional districts. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3444. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Canales voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 141 ayes, 1 nay, HB 3444 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3625. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3625 by Wally, relating to notice requirements for a leased dwelling located in a floodplain.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 3625 exempts certain properties from flood notification notices. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3625. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Wally voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 105 ayes, 39 nays, HB 3625 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3742. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3742 by Goldman, relating to the regulation of combative sports by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation and to immunity for ringside physicians assigned to combative sports events.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill provides some clarity on definitions for TDLR, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3742. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. All members voted. There have been 143 ayes, 0 nays. HB 3742 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4218. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4218 by Leach, relating to liability related to a duty to retrofit certain rented or leased motor vehicles with safety devices.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have a third reading amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Leach.
The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to explain his third reading amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment just fixes alleged council drafting error. Move adoption.
It's not an amendment.
It is an amendment.
Mr. Leach sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Leach to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4218. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Leach voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 119 ayes, 20 nays. HB 4218 is finally passed. The chair is out on third reading. HB 4233. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4233 by Zwiener, relating to training regarding runaway prevention for certain individuals who provide care for children in the conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Zwiener to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is the bill that tries to protect the almost 2,000 children that go missing in Texas from foster care every year.
Mr. Frank, for what purpose?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Does the gentlelady yield for questions?
I do.
She yields.
I was just, Representative, does this increase training for foster parents?
Absolutely not. Chair Frank, you would not have let this bill out of your committee if it increased training. What this bill does is it replaces non-age appropriate training with this more appropriate runaway training for those children 10 and up.
All right, thank you very much. I think it's a great bill. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair Frank. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4233. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Zwiener voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 110 ayes, 32 nays. HB 4233 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3929. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3929 by Cook, relating to the adoption by the Supreme Court of Texas of the Uniform Interstate Depositions and Discovery Act.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3929 permits the Supreme Court of Texas to adopt the Uniform Interstate Depositions and Discovery Act, which 46 of 50 states have already done. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3929. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 140 ayes, 0 nays. HB 3929 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4571. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4571 by Busey, relating to measures to address student hunger at post-secondary educational institutions.
The chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4571 would direct the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board to establish a list of criteria institutions could implement in order to be designated a hunger-free campus. People like our Aggie friends and Longhorn friends are already working on this, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4571. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. VC voting aye, Mr. Kemple voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 78 ayes, 64 nays, HB 4571 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4417. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4417 by Goldman, relating to the administration of court-ordered programs regulated by the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, hopefully this is the last cleanup bill for TDLR of the session. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4417. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, HB 4417 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1100. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1100 by Johnson of Dallas, relating to the regulation of certain senior retirement communities.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that will protect our seniors, and I want to thank Shannon Dion, my constituent who lost her mother in this tragedy, for her incomparable help and her relentless pursuit of this bill, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1100. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Ms. Johnson of Dallas voting aye. All members voted. There being 99 ayes, 43 nays, HB 1100 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 844. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 844 by Patterson, relating to crime victims' compensation for criminally injurious conduct in connection with trafficking of persons.
The chair recognizes Mr. Patterson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows all trafficking victims to receive services. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 844. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Patterson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 143 ayes, 2 nays, HB 844 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1073. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1073 by Hull, relating to certain healthcare services contract arrangements entered into by insurers and healthcare providers.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows for capitated value-based arrangements between insurers and primary care providers. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1073. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes, 1 nay, HB 1073 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1819. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1819 by Cook, relating to the repeal of the authority of political subdivisions to adopt or enforce juvenile curfews.
The chair recognizes Mr. Cook to explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, House Bill 1819 eliminates juvenile curfew statewide. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1819. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Cook voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 114 ayes, 28 nays, HB 1819 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1703. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1703 by Ordaz, relating to the Workforce Development Evaluation System administered by the Texas Workforce Commission, including the establishment of a Workforce Development Career Education and Training Evaluation Pilot Program.
The chair recognizes Ms. Ordaz to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the bill I laid out yesterday that creates a pilot program in El Paso to improve CTE program outcomes. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1703. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Ordaz voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 109 ayes, 36 nays, HB 1703 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 1927. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 1927 by Hull, relating to a parent's rights to intervene in the apprehension by a police officer by a child for an emergency detention and certain requirements and restrictions applicable to an emergency detention.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill provides parents the right to intervene in an emergency detention of their child. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 1927. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Hull voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 138 ayes, 6 nays, HB 1927 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2120. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2120 by Bell of Kaufman relating to the practice of barbering and cosmetology at an establishment at a public secondary school.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bella Kaufman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, 2120 creates an exemption allowing public schools and retail establishments on the same campus to blend hands-on training with CTE coursework. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2120. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Bella Kaufman voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 144 ayes, 0 nays. HB 2120 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2850. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2850 by Smith relating to discovery procedures for civil actions brought under the Family Code.
The chair recognizes Mr. Smith to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will benefit all litigants across the state and is for a simple country lobbyist. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2850. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Smith voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 142 ayes, 2 nays, HB 2850 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3140. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3140 by King of Hemphill relating to eligibility requirements for the Teach for Texas Loan Repayment Assistance Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 3140 will add mental health professionals to the Teach for Texas Loan Repayment Assistance Program. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3140. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. King of Hemphill voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 104 ayes, 38 nays. HB 3140 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3028. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3028 by Meyer relating to a credit for prepayment of the amount required to be paid by a school district for the purchase of attendance credit under the public school finance system.
The chair recognizes Mr. Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 3028 reintroduces the early agreement credit of 4%. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3028. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Meyer voting aye. Mr. Theory voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 117 ayes, 25 nays, HB 3028 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2946. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2946 by King of Hemphill relating to the required number of minutes of instructional time to be provided by a juvenile justice alternative education program.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2610 moves juvenile justice alternative education programs from days to minutes. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 2946. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. King of Hemphill voting aye. Ms. Theory voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 144 ayes, 0 nays. HB 2946 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3553. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3553 by Theory relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of trafficking of persons if committed at certain locations.
The chair recognizes Ms. Theory to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill extends the protections of the no trafficking zone to our colleges and universities. These zones deter criminal trafficking enterprises from targeting vulnerable college students. If you want to stop sex predators, vote aye. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3553. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Theory voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 145 ayes, 0 nays. HB 3553 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3554. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3554 by Theory relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of trafficking of persons if committed at certain locations.
The chair recognizes Ms. Theory to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 3553 extends those same protections of the no trafficking zone to foster care shelters, community centers serving children, child care facilities, juvenile detention facilities, and post-adjudication correctional facilities. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3554. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Theory voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 145 ayes, 0 nays, HB 3554 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 677. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 677 by Jeton relating to a highway toll exemption for public school buses.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jeton to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill exempts school buses from tolls. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 677. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Jeton voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 144 ayes, 1 nay, HB 677 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 2572. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2572 by Lujan relating to the Central Registry of Names of individuals found to have abused or neglected a child.
The chair recognizes Mr. Lujan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2572 closes loopholes to protect children from abuse and neglect. Move passage.
Please excuse Mr. Sherman because of important business on the motion. Ms. Collins, your objection, chair hears none, so ordered. The question occurs on final passage of HB 2572. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Lujan voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 114 ayes, 27 nays, HB 2572 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3255. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3255 by Manuel relating to emergency response management training for certain administrators and security personnel at public schools.
The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 3255 will require some school officials and other assigned school security personnel to undergo training in FEMA. I want to thank again Representative Hall for helping me with this legislation, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3255. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Manuel voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes, 52 nays, HB 3255 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3067. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3067 by Jones of Dallas relating to the installation and use of tracking equipment and access to certain communications by certain peace officers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As stated yesterday, this is a cleanup bill that adds university and school districts peace officers back as authorized peace officers in legislation that was imposed in last legislative session. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to speak in opposition to the bill.
I want all the members to make sure you understand what you're voting on. You're voting to allow university cops to have full authority to do wiretaps, electronic tracking devices, search warrants. Now, unlike our city police and our sheriffs, where we have elected bodies, we elect the sheriff, we elect the city council, we have direct oversight over those law enforcement agencies. What oversight do you have over cops at the University of Texas who might choose to surveil students, faculty, staff? How will you know if they're doing it right or wrong? We're doing something that's very important. If you care about surveillance, if you care about privacy, you're handing one of the most powerful tools the government has, which is to spy on its citizens, over to law enforcement, where we do not have direct accountability back to the voters. For that reason, I'll be voting no.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas to close on the bill.
Members, I definitely appreciate the concern, but this is definitely not doing those things. Again, if you look at Senate Bill 112, we remove the ability for these officers to have the ability to be able to request search warrants to be able to conduct their investigations. So we're not giving them any more scope. We are correcting a wrong that this bill did by removing those individuals from the ability to be able to do their work. No piece of law enforcement has the ability to just insert tracking devices on our schools, on our teachers, or anyone of that nature. Also, these law enforcement officers work with our cities to make sure that that work is done, and this is not doing that. So I respectfully ask you for you to stay with me and vote yes on this
Mr.
bill.
Schaefer, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions. Does the
Yes.
gentleman yield for questions?
Yesterday, I showed you in the Code of Criminal Procedure the statute that you are now putting these officers into, correct?
Correct.
And if you read that lengthy part of our Code of Criminal Procedure, you see that all those powers regarding electronic tracking exist, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, if you read the caption of your bill, it's about installation of tracking devices, correct?
Correct. Can I respond? And yeah.
After me.
Ms. Morales-Shaw, for what purpose?
Yes. Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
The gentleman yield for questions. Not at this time. The chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of HB 3067 until 1:30 p.m. today.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on third reading HB 3833. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3833 by Lopez of Cameron relating to the duties of a public school counselor.
The chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a school counselor bill, and there is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harris of Anderson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this just cleans up one word in the bill, and it is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Harris of Anderson sent up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to close on the bill.
I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3833. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Lopez of Cameron voting aye. Ms. Lopez of Cameron voting aye. Mr. Harris of Anderson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 107 ayes, 30 nays, HB 3833 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4932. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4932 by Lopez of Cameron relating to the amount of foreign emissions of air contaminants in non-attainment areas and the revision of the state implementation plan to account for those emissions.
The chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned yesterday, members, this bill directs the TCEQ to request the EPA to provide data on foreign sources of pollution. If the EPA does not provide the data in a timely manner, TCEQ is directed to do so, and there is an amendment acceptable to the author.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Landgraf.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I regret not having this earlier, but after consulting with some personnel from TCEQ, we wanted to make sure that we had all of the terms and definitions tightened up. So this is a perfecting amendment which clarifies definitions for the terms foreign emissions and federal air quality monitors. I do believe it's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Landgraf sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4932. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Ms. Lopez of Cameron voting aye. Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Ms. Garcia voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 134 ayes, 4 nays. HB 4932 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4716. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4716 by manual relating to the referral of certain students receiving special education services to a local intellectual and developmental disability authority for services or public benefits.
The chair recognizes Mr. Manuel to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. HB 4762 will require school districts to refer students with intellectual disabilities to their local IDDs, such as community-based services. This is already in law. We're just giving them the permission to do this earlier so they don't have to wait 15 to 16 years, so they're 30 years old and their parents don't have to worry about them if something happens to them in the event that their child is still living and the parents have passed. That's all this does. Thank you. Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4716. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Manuel voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 90 ayes, 53 nays, HB 4716 is finally passed. The chair lays out on third reading HB 4082. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4082 by Goldman relating to the purposes for which a municipality or county may issue an anticipation note or certificate of obligation.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This bill clarifies what certificates of obligation can be used for, and I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 4082. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Goldman voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 122 ayes, 20 nays. HB 4082 is finally passed. The chair lays out SB 1401 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1401 by Zaffarini relating to the rights of victims of sexual assault and to certain procedures and reimbursements occurring with respect to a sexual assault or other sex offense.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Herrick to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, Senate Bill 1401 is the Senate companion to House Bill 2668. I want to thank Senator Zaffarini for her work on this important issue in the Senate. The Sexual Assault Survivors Task Force is part of the Office of the Governor with statutory authority created in the 86th legislature with the intent to establish survivor-centered, trauma-informed, collaborative, and coordinated responses to sexual violence experienced by adults and children. This bill addresses one of those updated informations needed for the task force. We do have an amendment to the bill.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by A. Johnson of Harris.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris to explain the amendment.
What this amendment does is addressing a drafting correction and also addresses an issue raised by Representative Aaron Zwiener. It is acceptable to move passage.
Ms. Johnson of Harris sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson of Harris to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 1401. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1401 is passed to third reading. The chair lays out HB 4843 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4843 by Holland, relating to increasing the criminal penalty for the offense of unlawful possession of a firearm by a person convicted of a felony.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4843 establishes a 10-year mandatory minimum for prohibited individuals possessing a firearm. This bill applies only to convicted felons who already are prohibited from possessing a firearm under the law. I do believe there's amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Schaefer.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to explain the amendment.
Okay, members, I think this is an amendment that is bipartisan in nature. This will restore the power of our judges and our district attorneys to be able to make decisions based on the actual facts. We're going to strike the mandatory minimum from this bill, which will actually just make it go from a third-degree felony up to a second-degree felony. So if the judge and the prosecutor believes that the facts warrant a more severe penalty, they can do it. But that mandatory minimum will be gone. And I think one of the reasons we need to do that is possession, as you and I might think of it commonly, is not always what happens in a law enforcement setting, where there might be a handgun in a console and 2 or 3 people in the car, and we're going to say, well, whose was it? And when you have a mandatory minimum, you don't allow the judge and the prosecutor and the people close to the case to truly sort that out with the mandatory minimum. So I hope we can have a bipartisan agreement on striking the mandatory minimum from this bill. Thank you, members.
The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there's been a lot of conversations about guns and gun violence this session and over the last few sessions. And the intent of this bill is to crack down on felons who are already not allowed and they are prohibited from possessing firearms. We want to crack down on bad guys. I'm going to leave this up to the will of the House. It's an up or down vote. The intent of this bill is, if we're going to do something about guns, we should keep guns out of the hands of bad guys, felons, those who assault, those who commit violence on their family, those who are in criminal gang units, those who are doing bad things with guns. So however you choose to vote, I'll be voting to keep the 10-year mandatory minimum, but I respect the will of the body.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to close on the amendment.
Again, members, I think this could be a good bipartisan, good policy amendment. Please vote 1.
Mr. Schaefer sends up an amendment. The amendment is being left to the will of the body. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will read the bill. So Mr. Schaefer voting aye, Mr. Toth voting aye, Mr. Holland voting nay. Ms. Thompson Harris voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 109 ayes, 32 nays, the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Holland to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of the question occurs on passage of engrossment of HB 4843. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There being 125 ayes and 16 nays, HB 4843 is passed to engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3317. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2193. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2193 by La Mantia, relating to operation and financing of the federally qualified health care center primary care access program to provide primary care access to persons in the state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Frank to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill creates a pilot program in which the uninsured or underinsured employees can access direct primary care through an FQHC, which many of y'all have in your districts. The employee, the employer, and the state pay a monthly fee. The bill increases access to high-quality primary care. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 2193. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 2193 is passed to third reading. Mr. Frank moves to lay House Bill 3317 on the table, subject to call. Is objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3196. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1286. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1286 by Schwertner, relating to prompt payment deadlines for health benefit plan claims affected by a catastrophic event.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson Harris to explain the bill.
Members, what this bill does is extend, if there's a catastrophic event, it clarifies how long you have to respond, extending from 30 to 60 days. This is a TDI recommendation. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to the third reading of SB 1286. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1286 passed to third reading. Ms. Johnson Harris moved to lay House Bill 3196 on the table, subject to call. Objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out HB 4091 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4091 by A. Johnson of Harris, relating to the mental health needs of a minor in the managing conservatorship of the Department of Family and Protective Services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Johnson Harris for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4091 until Friday, May 5th.
Members heard the motions. Objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, Ms. Johnson Harris is going to correct her motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 4091 until 9 a.m. Friday, May 5th, 2023.
Members heard the motion. Objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out HB 2231 as a matter of postponed business on second reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2231 by Guerin, relating to the eligibility of certain events for funding under the Major Events Reimbursement Program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. 2231 adds 3 events, World Finals, to the major events funding. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 2231. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2231 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out as a matter of postponed business on second reading HB 4070. The clerk will read the bill. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 4070. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2069. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2069 by Betancourt, relating to the required posting of signs regarding human trafficking penalties by certain schools.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a bill that's supported by the Texas Association of School Boards and our private schools to give them more flexibility on how they handle signage. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 2069. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Schaefer voting aye. Dr. Buckley voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 86 ayes, 50 nays, SB 2069 is passed at third reading. Mr. Schaefer moves to lay House Bill 4070 on the table, subject to call as objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. Members, the next bill on the calendar is House Bill 4318. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 2085. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 2085 by Whitmire, relating to a grant program for crime victim notification systems.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. HB 4318 would create a grant program for local law enforcement agencies in receiving funding for the development and implementation of a crime victim notification system. There is an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wally.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been working with the Office of the Governor to clean up the language to maximize the efficiency of the grant program. The amendment is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Wally sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Wally to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 4318 again aids Texans by creating a grant for law enforcement agencies to enhance their technological services to better serve our communities and victims of crime, and it's supported by many countless law enforcement agencies across the state. I move passage.
The question occurs on passage for third reading of SB 2085. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 2085 is passed to third reading. Mr. Wally moves to lay House Bill 4318 on the table, subject to cause of objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The next bill on the calendar is HB 3131. It is not eligible until 3 p.m. today. The chair lays out on second reading HB 30. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 30 by Moody relating to access to certain law enforcement, corrections, and prosecutorial records under the Public Information Law.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. When Mr. Burrows and I went to Uvalde to investigate what happened at Robb Elementary, we found families in the worst kind of grief. But it wasn't just about what they knew, what had happened to the teachers and the students that they loved. Their sorrow was amplified by what they didn't know. There were so many unanswered questions and attempts to place blame that the families didn't know what to believe. Quite frankly, they stopped believing in any authorities altogether, and their demands were always for answers, for the records and for the videos and for the truth. We didn't know what to tell them, and law enforcement refused to release those records, and we all knew very well that they never had to release them ever because of the loophole that this bill closes. Thank God for Chairman Burrows having the guts and the decency to hear those suffering families and say, I don't care if it's against the law, I'm going to give you the video. Because he was willing to stand up and suffer whatever consequences came, they got many of the answers they were being denied. But it shouldn't take conscientious people willing to break the law to get the truth out there. The families and the public deserve to know what happened. All of it, good, bad, and ugly. HB 30 closes a loophole that started with good intentions. Back in the 1990s, we passed an exception to the Public Information Act that says that law enforcement records in a case where there was no conviction or deferred adjudication can be kept confidential. Years later, law enforcement agencies realized that when a suspect dies or is left in a coma after a police encounter, there can never be a day in court. So that exception allows them to keep all records about that situation secret forever. There are some people fighting to keep these secrets secret, and that's not only dishonorable, but short-sighted, because secrets destroy trust. I want to just leave you with this from the preamble to the Texas Public Information Act. Our law says that Texans do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments that they have created. Members, there's no greater need for the people to know the truth than when an interaction with their government leaves one of them dead. Not to be melodramatic, but this is very literally about truth and justice, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 30. All in favor say aye. Members, a record vote has been requested. The clerk ring the bell. So Ms. Leach voting aye, Ms. Moody voting aye, Mr. Burrows voting aye, Mr. Metcalf voting aye, Mr. Turner voting aye, Dr. Rogers voting aye, Ms. Gerber Hawkins voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 112 ayes and 31 nays, HB 30 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5 by Hunter, relating to agreements to create jobs and to generate state and local tax revenue for the state.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to give you time to file some more amendments. Just kidding. Members, let me give you just some general overview, and I want you to understand what this bill is, and I want to explain to you the procedure, because many of you may not have been through the process. First of all, HB 5 is known as the Texas Economic Development Act. And I want to be upfront with you because I'm going to tell you some things that are in the bill and that are not. And so you know, you've been hearing about a word called 313. 313 does not exist anymore. It is out of the code. This is brand new legislation that has been being reviewed and being looked at. Now, Mr. Shine is going to work with me on giving you some process so you know how this will work. What I want you to know is that all of you have done a great job, and I want to compliment you because everybody I've talked to is engaged on this bill. And I think the House should be proud. Whether we agree or don't, this bill has actually gotten everybody engaged, and everybody has been very courteous. So let me give you some information about the bill. 1, 313 is gone. Adios, it's gone. When that word is used, that's old. 2, no renewables. Now, between us, I have no problems with the renewable industries, and I work with them. But in this bill, they are not. And it is not a negative message. It is basically a program so that we can get various groups on board. There is audits in this bill. You know, one of the things you've heard is there's no transparency, there's nobody looking at the money. This bill has built-in audit and transparency provisions. You also always hear corporate welfare. All this is economic development now between schools and businesses. And I want you to know what we're doing is competing no longer state, national, but worldwide. And we're now dealing in our area no longer with just local. We're dealing with companies like Samsung. We're dealing with people and groups like Tesla. So the concept is nothing that's out of the ordinary, and we're trying to shape this as a Texas program. And I do want to tell some of you who've had doubts. I agree with some of your doubts. I'm big on the transparency, and I'm big on the auditing, and I think you need to know about the money. But what we've done in this bill, and I see my good friend who's been chair of public ed, Mr. Dutton, Mr. Buckley, and you're aware of this because you and I are so young here, Mr. Dutton. And Chairman Thompson, this time we're uploading the money to the schools. This time you have a formula where the education community is getting the money up. You know, I talked to some of you on this side, and you were concerned because some of the data in 2021 was shown on the back side. This goes the other direction. you're going up front with the schools. Many of you are getting calls now, which is different, from school districts supporting this bill. And many of you are getting called by your chambers of commerce, some of your economic development groups. So I want you to know this is completely different in the formula. You know, I know Representative Morrison has Caterpillar. A lot of you have these companies, but what this bill is doing is merging more involvement between your schools and your businesses. Let me bring out some general points, and then I'll ask Mr. Shine to give you some process. This is basically going to be an economic development tool to continue to attract investments to Texas. On the transparency, and this was important, the economic benefit statement prepared by the applicant projects the full economic benefits of the project for 25 years. A school finance impact report prepared by the local school district will involve 25-year period. It also has prohibiting solicitation or acceptance of payments or transfer of property outside of the final written agreement. And it requires a detailed biennial compliance reporting by the applicant to the comptroller. It'll also involve the school district in some reporting, and the legislature has reporting, and it includes a review by the state auditor. It has a new job requirement, and each approved project must create, and it also has qualifying provisions, eligibility provisions, and it goes into various areas. I'm going to ask, Mr. Speaker, that Representative Shine come forward to give the process, and then we'll take some questions.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to quickly hit the highlights in each section that you have. And if you're looking at it, we should be, we'll have questions in a bit, we'll be able to go page number and line number. I'm going to take this as a section at a time, and there are actually 24 sections that we'll hit. A few of them will be rather quick, and a few of them might take a little bit more time. This is now section 403. That's what we call this Economic Incentive Act. And it's simply, section 403 states the purpose of the bill. When you get into section 403, 602, this is where we get into the definition section. And I want to point out one important definition that's part of this legislation. It's national or state projects or supply chain infrastructure. We're talking about grid reliability projects, new dispatchable generation, seawater or brackish groundwater desalination projects. In the next section, which is 403-603, we actually have an expiration date, and we have December the 31st of 2036. This is a 12-year period, which is consistent with the sunset schedule for state agencies. In section 403-604 is where we get into the statutory language of jobs and investment requirements. We actually double the jobs requirement from previous programs, 25 to 50 for highest job requirement categories. In section 403-605, we describe the taxable value of projects in order to calculate the maintenance and the M&O payments to school districts under the agreement. We have 5 categories in this area, ranging from over $10 billion in property value to less than $100 million in property value. And we have that broken down in increments as well. In 403-606, this addresses the application from the applicant to the school district. It must be on a form that is prescribed by the comptroller, which will include all the necessary information to meet the statutory requirements of the legislation. The application must include a fee to the school district for any administrative or professional services that are associated with the application. In 403-607, we address a requirement from the applicant to provide the school district and the comptroller with an economic benefit statement. And the criteria for this statement will be provided by the comptroller's office as it intended to give a total economic impact snapshot of a project, its impact on the local community, and its impact on the state of Texas. In 403-608, this will require the school district to provide a school finance impact report, highlighting the projected tax and revenue consequences for the district of the proposed project. 403-609 addresses the criteria in the process for determination by the comptroller to recommend or to deny a project to the school district. In 403-610, this addresses the hearing process if the comptroller does not recommend a project. In 403-611, it outlines the timeline for processing the recommended application that comes from the comptroller's office. 403-612 addresses the parameters of the agreement under this chapter. The agreement will define the incentive period, the job, the investment requirements, and the provision allowing the school district to terminate the agreement if the applicant fails to meet material requirement. 403-613 specifies the incentive period, which is 10 years. And in 403-614, this is the section with the parameters that are provided for the incentive payments to the school districts. When we get into 403-615, this is the area where if there is a failure to comply with the jobs and wage requirements, it puts into statute a clawback. If the applicant fails to meet the jobs requirement in the agreement, this is the clawback provision. In 403-616, we have an audit requirement by the state auditor. In 403-617, we create a biennial review requirement by the applicant. And in 403-618, we require the school district to report the amount of incentive payments and how incentive payments are to be spent. 403-619, the comptroller has to report to the legislature. In 403-620, this places into the statute a conflict of interest provision as well. This ensures that consultants can only represent either the school district or the company, but not both simultaneously. In 403-621, this relates to how the incentive payment is received and how it's processed. In 403-622, this addresses the confidential and proprietary information that is in the application. And in 403-623, requires the comptroller to post on their website for transparency purposes an application which is within 10 days of receipt. And finally, 403-624 requires the comptroller to adopt the rules and the forms that are used in Chapter 403.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, members, let me give you a little bit procedural because we're now into May, and I want you to pay attention to amendments. I know this is probably going to be surprising, but some of these amendments may be bills that didn't come out of people's committees. So be sure and watch the amendments. And I will be accepting some amendments. It's not a no across the board. Some folks are actually drafting amendments right now, and we're considering. I'm not going to be asking for a table. Whoever does the amendment, if we oppose, they'll propose, and I'll oppose, just up and down. But I wanted you to know procedurally to be aware, and it's not unheard of. You're going to see some amendments that are folks' legislation, and I want you to be sure you're paying attention. Some will be challenged, some will be argued, but I want everybody aware how we're proceeding. And I think that'll be all our presentation, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Smithy, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Which gentleman?
Well, Mr. Shine.
Okay, I yield.
Mr. Shine yields.
First of all, Mr. Shine, let me say thanks to both you and Chairman Hunter for the time and the effort that you all have put in on this legislation. Sitting near you, I know you put your heart and soul into this, and on behalf of the House, we appreciate the time that you've spent doing this. So thank you very much. I have a question that Mr. Hunter suggested I ask you, and that it's kind of down in the weeds on the bill, but it is my understanding the bill defines both an eligible project and an eligible property. It's my understanding that in order to get tax treatment under this act, I would have to have both an eligible project and it would have to be built on an eligible property. Is that a correct understanding?
Mr. Smithy, that is correct.
Okay. So here's what I'm getting at. On an eligible project, it would include a national or state security project or a supply chain infrastructure project. That's on page 3 of the bill. And so, as I read the definition of a grid reliability project, which is included in that definition, it would be any project that generates base load or dispatchable electricity for the power grid. Do you follow me so far?
I do.
So an eligible project could include renewable energy if it could be certified as dispatchable. Is that correct?
I think that that's probably a definition that is not completely clear, okay? Dispatchable projects, as I understood the definition, would include battery storage, would include lots of areas in that arena, with the exception of alternative energy sources such as wind or solar.
Okay, but assuming that, and we're not there yet, but assuming that within 4 to 5 years, that we could have battery storage or air compression such that would make renewable energy dispatchable under the definition into the grid that we're using, would then a renewable project be an eligible project under this bill?
And actually, if it was provided for by this legislative body, you could probably plug that in without too much trouble.
Well, I mean, under the language in the bill now, it seems to me that if I can say that if I can certify some capacity of energy as being dispatchable, then it doesn't matter where it's coming from. It could be renewable, it could be carbon, it could be almost anything. But if it's dispatchable, then it would qualify as an eligible project.
That's correct.
Okay. Then we have the definition of an eligible property, which, as I read it, would take away, and that's on
Where is that at, sir?
That's on page 3 of the bill, line 16. An eligible property excludes any property used for intermittent power generation to supply electricity to the power grid. And so, to me, it looks like a potential conflict there, where I could have an eligible project, but even if it was an eligible project, it might not be built on an eligible property and therefore wouldn't qualify under the exemption. So, I mean, can you give me some clarification on that? And I'm sorry to hit you with this. Yeah, I should have talked to you about this before, but honestly, it just kind of came up at reading the bill.
If you'll look on page 3, under line 16.9, and you look at the sub A and I, this gets back to your question just a moment ago about projects constructed after the date of the agreement pertaining to the project that's entered into. It appears that it's possible for, as you mentioned, 4 to 5 years later, of being able to have another source of energy that could be used in the dispatchable arena.
Okay. I'm just trying to make sure, I mean, my concern is to make sure that we're not picking winners or losers here, that we, as long as energy can meet certain criteria, objective criteria, that it would be eligible. And that's my concern.
Well, the intermittent power generation itself is not going to qualify in Chapter 403.
And I get that, because we need dispatchable power. But honestly, we want dispatchable power from wherever we can get it, as far as I can tell. So I appreciate your clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
May I move to extend the time?
In just a moment, we need to have the clerk make an announcement.
Okay.
And we also need AV down here to fix the back microphone. So. The following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on General Investigating will meet today at 1:45 p.m. in room E1.026 in a formal meeting to consider committee business.
Please excuse Mr. Murr, Ms. Johnson-Harris, Mr. Guerin, Mr. Longoria, Mr. Spiller to attend meetings of the Committee on General Investigating on the motion of Mr. Darby. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The House will stand at ease for about 10 minutes.
The House will come to order. Chair recognizes Representative Burns for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House grant permission for the Committee on Land and Resource Management to meet while the House is in session today at 4 p.m. in room 1W.14 in the Ag Museum to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. Following announcement, the clerk will read the announcement.
The Committee on Land and Resource Management will meet today at 4 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, in a formal meeting to consider pending, referred, and committee business.
Representative Collier, the chair will entertain your motion to extend time at this time. Chair recognizes. Is there objection to the motion? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes Mr. Shine. Representative Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions? The gentleman will yield.
Thank you so much. Representative Shine, I just want to say, I want to thank you and Chair Hunter, because I could tell after reading this bill that you took a lot of time to an effort to come up with the provisions, and it's very detailed, so I appreciate the work that you've done on this. I do have a few clarifying questions that I'd like to ask you, and they start, and I'm going to refer to the bill analysis. I know you did that thorough section by section, but I'm going to go to the bill analysis on page 2.
Okay, let me get there.
Sure. And it talks about required jobs and investment. You there?
Getting there. Page 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay, and for purposes of our discussion right now, I want to look at the first section that deals with the project with a taxable value of property of $10 billion or more for the tax year preceding the year in which the application is done. So I'm going to operate off of that section. And we understand taxable value is appraised value less exemptions. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So the question I have, it says if you have under this section, if this is applicable to you, you have to create at least 50 required jobs. And in another portion of this section, it talks about construction jobs being eligible for this 50 required job obligation. So my question is, what is a construction
Construction jobs are going to be those jobs on site. They're going to be part of putting this project into creation. Any and everybody that's on site that's employed by the applicant that's being employed by them directly that's working this project is going to count as a construction job.
So what about the architect?
You asked me that question a moment ago, and I'll get you an answer on that one. I don't have an answer on that one yet.
Okay. Engineer?
They're associated with the planning process and what have you, and I'll see if I can get you an answer before we get through with your questions.
Okay. What about the engineer?
Engineer would be part of the construction job.
Okay. And so I do see that you took time to say that you only get, for those 50 required jobs under this provision that we're looking at, you said that it has to be construction site, and if one of them can be construction site, but you can get credit for one required job for every 10 construction site jobs. Is that right?
That's correct. And those
Okay.
would be jobs that would be not directly on the site, but would be associated with the construction itself.
Okay, so perhaps the architect, the engineer.
Well, no, the architects, I just got an answer for you there. And architects are part of the labor charges, and architects are included into the construction job numbers.
Okay, so whenever you're doing construction work, there's a lot of things that go into it. Is it accurate to say that there is a potential that an applicant could reach their 50 required jobs during the construction phase?
Yes, absolutely. And I think in most cases, at least reviewing past performance of these projects, most of them have exceeded that, and some rather significantly.
Okay, but the 50 required jobs could be accomplished at the very beginning before they even start doing anything.
That's correct.
And so the next question I have deals with the $100 million investment under this section that I've referred to in the beginning, with the projects over $10 billion. The $100 million, I guess it's an investment. It's just saying that the property is worth $100 million, or how does that number come up?
That's what the $100 million is actually what they have to put in place in the project before the incentive even begins.
Is there money being exchanged?
And
What do you mean? What do you mean they have to put in? Like they have to, like, invest $100 million, and how? How would they do that?
They have to have an investment of material and costs associated with putting that material there of $100 million or more.
Okay, that was
Okay.
that was the question I was asking. All right, the next question I have, going back to those 50 required jobs, is the applicant required to create 50 new jobs every year, or they just have to maintain?
They have to
50?
maintain the 50 jobs each year.
Each year should
And
be.
obviously, in the early stages of the project, you will meet a certain job requirement, and as the project progresses, you're probably going to end up with a lot more than 50 jobs that'll be associated with the construction itself.
Right.
Most of the economic impact of the jobs and what we're talking about is going to be through the course of the construction period itself. And those construction periods could be anywhere from 3 to 4 years, could possibly be a little longer, not necessarily shorter than that.
But there's no obligation for the applicant to create more jobs if they meet the 50 required under the provisions of this bill.
Ms. Collier, I think that would depend on the project itself if it would require them to have more employees.
No, I'm talking about the obligation, the commitments that they're making.
That's the obligation based on the matrix and the formula. That's correct.
Right, okay. So your answer is there's no requirement for them to create.
If they meet the 50 employee average, they have met the requirement on the matrix.
Is there a historically underutilized business provision in here that would encourage or require an applicant to utilize historically underutilized businesses to accomplish their work and their commitment to Texas?
You're talking about hub businesses?
Yes, sir.
There's not a requirement in the legislation to require hub businesses specifically, but I would think that we have a number of those businesses that are scattered around the state of Texas that are predominantly in construction or construction support type businesses. I believe it would depend on whether there was a business of that nature within the location of the project that would be able to bid on the project and participate.
Well, I mean, we're creating.
There's nothing that prohibits it.
Well, I'm glad, but since we're creating a new section, this would be something that would be helpful to include so that we can get those small disadvantaged businesses the opportunity to also see the benefit that our school districts will see from the provisions of this bill. So that was one of my other questions.
Okay.
The next question I have deals with the jobs, the required jobs. So 3 to 4 years, we're done with construction, and I have to maintain the required number of jobs on average. So my first year I did 75, the second year I did 75, the next year I did 75. Would I be able to go down to 50, or do I have to do the average of 75?
If the requirement in your application and the agreement you have with the district is for 50 employees in the construction period, as long as you maintain that average through the construction period, you have met the requirement.
Could the school district increase that requirement?
I'm sorry?
I just want to see how much flexibility or how much leverage a school district has. Can they increase those 50 requires, or it's in statute and they cannot?
You know, based on the way it's outlined in the bill, there's an agreement between the school district and the applicant, And if the school district says in order to make the agreement work that they wanted a higher average of employees, they could certainly specify that in the agreement, and the applicant could either agree to that or say, no, we don't agree with that, and not pursue an agreement with them or a project.
And thank you for pointing that out, because the rule, according to the bill analysis, says at least 50 jobs. So if the school district decides that they want 100 jobs, they can make that request based on whatever the circumstances are in their community.
They can enter that in, they can make that part of their agreement process, and then the applicant can certainly choose to say yes or no and enter into an agreement or not enter into an agreement.
Well, thank you. And then the next question deals with virtual jobs. These jobs that are going to be created, I heard you say something about on-site. So the 50 jobs under our scenario that we're still working under the top tier, the 50 jobs must be in Texas on-site, not virtual.
That's correct. These are construction jobs on site. These are not virtual jobs.
No, not construction.
I'm sorry?
Say, for instance, we're done with the construction period,
Well,
and now we're into the actual operation of the business. The 50 jobs that they have, can they be virtual or not virtual? Can we get that answer before you hit the gavel?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker, I move to extend.
Members, this motion requires unanimous consent. Is there an objection? The chair hears an objection.
I didn't hear an objection. I did not hear one.
Members, was there an objection?
No. Can I get him to answer that one question, please?
Yeah. They do not have to be on site.
All right. And then the next question I have, the application fee, the $60,000 application fee. Is that set in stone? Because it seems like it's very inclusive.
That is set in the statute on the $60,000 application fee, as well as the amendment fee that's set out in the statutes.
And I will say that I do appreciate the provision in there about the comptroller having to give a second look at the application to make sure that their statement about the economic benefit and the school district's impact statement has to be verified or at least reviewed by the comptroller for accuracy and veracity. And so I do appreciate that part, because if the comptroller does not believe that that statement is true, they can deny the application.
That's correct. And there is a hearing process. If they do deny that, that would allow the applicant to pursue if they're denied.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Collier.
Representative Schaefer, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Shine. For your reference, I'm going to be looking at page 4 of the bill.
Page 4 on the bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on a second.
Yes. Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
Yes, Mr. Schaefer, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shine. So Section 11 talks about the grid reliability projects.
Correct.
And I think you and I both would agree that we've had some challenges with grid reliability in Texas. And would it be your preference that we add more thermal energy to our grid or more renewable energy to our grid?
You're asking me for an opinion?
Yes, sir.
My opinion is we should pursue all alternatives to provide to the grid.
Okay.
In this particular statute, in this legislation that we have, we do not look at the renewables in this legislation, and that is not specified in 403, Chapter 403 at all.
Is it your position that this bill does or does not benefit wind and solar?
There is no provision for wind or solar in the bill, so it does not provide for wind or solar.
So would you agree with this statement that this bill does not benefit wind and solar?
Not for new projects.
Okay. So let me go a little deeper with you on that. when I'm looking at section 11, subparagraph A, it says that generates base load or dispatchable electricity for the power grid. Those are thermal type sources and nuclear. Or that provides stored energy to the power grid from batteries, regardless of power source. Now, Mr. Shine, isn't it the case that this is referring primarily to wind and solar? Because wind and solar are the primary energy sources that would require batteries when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining.
Well, in stored energy to the power grid from batteries, it says regardless, in the legislation, it says regardless of the power source. I think the definition of dispatchables is probably, which I think Representative Collier was questioning earlier, needs maybe more clarity in its definition.
Okay, so would you be willing to take an amendment that ensures that the batteries projects are only for those from thermal sources?
Yeah, Mr. Schaefer, if you'll draft that amendment, bring it down, we'll look at it.
Okay, so let me ask you just a few more questions here. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear in my understanding. On lines 13 and 14, if the energy source is using batteries, it can come from wind and solar, correct? Because
it can, but
come
batteries
from
are source neutral.
So it can come from wind and solar.
It can come from any source because they're source neutral.
And we know, as a matter of practicality, wind and solar are the primary sources that would utilize batteries. Is that correct?
I am not advised if that's correct or not, but I do know that batteries are source neutral and that they could be used in all those cases.
And battery production is heavily subsidized. And the reason it's heavily subsidized by the federal government is that it benefits wind and solar projects. So my concern is if members think that wind and solar are not part of this bill, they really are, because batteries are integral to how wind and solar are going to be a part of the grid going forward. Would you agree with that?
I don't think batteries will equate to more wind or solar generation, since they are source neutral.
Well, but batteries are coming online for wind and solar because sometimes the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. And, you know, when it's cold at night in the winter and we don't have any solar, these solar projects are looking at batteries. And this would allow those projects to come in place to benefit the solar panel projects. Would you agree with that?
Sounds reasonable.
Okay. Thank you for answering my questions.
You bet. Yes, sir. Okay.
Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Shine.
The chair recognizes Representative Shine to explain the amendment.
Members, this amendment is a perfecting amendment. It has 5 different pieces to it. If you'll follow with me, the first part of the perfection is in regards to the NAIC date. And as stated in the Chapter 403, we have 2007, and we will substitute the year 2022 for the NAIC code. The second part of this amendment deals with the school finance impact report. The third section will deal with the application itself. The fourth part of the amendment deals with the indemnity clause that's contained in the legislation. And the last is the effective date, which is to be changed as well. So when you look at line 2, you will see the change from 2007 to substitute to 2022. You'll look at the school finance impact report on line 8, sub D. And then when you look at the application, you will be down on line 23. As you get into the indemnity, you're looking on the back on the second page, which would be line 3, and then the effective date would be down on line 21 and 22. It's a friendly amendment and I move adoption.
Representative Shine sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk. Mr. Gates. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gates.
Chair recognizes Representative Gates to explain the amendment.
Yes, this promotes the creation of a qualified workforce by providing and developing apprenticeship training programs, workplace education, in partnership with school districts, and acceptable to the author.
Representative Gates sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Rosenthal. Mr. Martinez-Fisher. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tenderholt.
Chair recognizes Representative Tenderholt to explain the amendment.
677.
Bear with me, members.
Yeah.
677. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this body
Mr.
passed
Speaker.
Representative Zwiener, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment under Rule 11, Section 2.
Bring your point of order down front, Ms. Zwiener. The point of order is withdrawn. The amendment is withdrawn. Members, the amendment has been withdrawn. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Smithy.
The chair recognizes Representative Smithy to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. What this amendment is designed to do is to make sure that if we can come up with a renewable power source that is dispatchable, and that's the magic word. That's the problem with renewable right now. It's not dispatchable. We were talking about what dispatchable means. I don't have a definition for you, but Representative Darby probably said it better than anybody. He said, when you turn the switch, the power comes on. That's what dispatchable really means in very simple terms. We have not had a wind or solar project yet in the state of Texas that would qualify as dispatchable power or dispatchable electricity. But in the next 4 to 5 years, most people believe with the battery technology that's coming online and is being developed, that we will in fact be able to provide the storage of electricity that is produced intermittently so that we'll make that dispatchable. And if we can do that, then why would we discriminate against one power source against another? Why wouldn't we want power from every source possible? And so this would just prevent us from picking winners and losers and in terms of energy production, and it would permit, if that day ever comes, when we can use technology to use renewables. Now, this includes not just wind and solar, but for instance, Representative Clardy in his district has a biomass plant. Now, biomass is very close to being a sustainable and consistent source of power for dispatchable power. We're going to need power from everywhere we can get it on our grid. And so for that reason, I would ask you to approve this amendment.
Mr. Patterson, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions? The gentleman will yield.
Mr. Smith, the biomass plant that you talked about over in East Texas, that is, I believe, owned by Austin Energy. Is that correct?
I really don't know. I just had the conversation with Mr. Clardy, and he's concerned that under the terms of the bill, plants like that might open in other parts of the state. And I have some of those in my district that use cow manure, honestly, and other forms of waste to produce energy.
Are you aware that biomass plant in East Texas provided 0 megawatts during the Winter Storm Uri event?
I don't know anything about it, but I know that we had a number of thermal plants and other sources that provided 0 energy during that period of time. We had failures among virtually all of our sources of electricity, of generation that we have out there.
Actually, most of the generation was natural gas fired during Winter Storm Uri. Are you aware that more than 60% of the megawatts that are in the queue for ERCOT already are intermittent resources, wind and solar, predominantly solar? So are you saying that we need to add more incentives for wind and solar for them to build in ERCOT?
Well, I'm saying this, that if the problem with wind and solar so far has been the intermittency, that although it has given us a power source, it has not been what we would consider or define as a dispatchable source. And I get that. We don't need any more power unless it's going to be available when we need it. And so all this amendment says, and basically, let me tell you where we are on the bill right now. A wind or solar project or any renewable project could fit into the definition of an eligible project, okay? But there's a question as to whether it would fit into the definition of an eligible property. And so, in a way, this amendment just clarifies this. Now, it's a policy decision this legislature is going to have to make. Do you want to pick a winner and a loser here? Or do we want to say whatever source of power we can get it from that will be sustainable and will also be dispatchable and dependable? We want that for our grid because we're going to need that. And
isn't it true that the federal government's already picking winners and losers when it comes to our energy resources? I mean, subsidies for natural gas are 39 cents for every $20 that wind power receives and $80 that solar receives. So the federal government's already picking winners and losers, and this bill would help alleviate that by providing some incentives for dispatchable generation resources and not wind and solar. Is that not true?
Well, I'm not sure our job is to level the playing field. What I want to do is to encourage the production of energy, because the more energy capacity we can get online, the better it is for Texas consumers. It ensures reliability, and it also helps cut the cost of the electricity to the ultimate consumer. And those renewable sources that we have out there now, primarily the wind, it has reduced the cost of electricity to the end user throughout the state of Texas, and that's a good thing.
I disagree. I mean, wind power breaks even at negative 2.5 cents per kilowatt hour. Is that true?
No. Wind, I don't know if I understand your question, but I'm just telling you the cost per kilowatt hour is significantly less for renewables than it is for thermal.
But it depressed the market to such a degree that no one else would invest in our market, and therefore that's why no more dispatchable, no more thermal generation's been built in half a decade, basically, because they depressed the market to such a degree, which causes issues like what we had this past January and here and in Winter Storm Uri. Is that not correct?
You're talking about the past. I'm talking about the future. We've got to look to the future. We can't do anything about the past. But in the future, if we can create dependable, reliable, dispatchable energy from whatever source it might be, that's what we need to be doing. We need to put aside our special interest and what source we may prefer. And I'm of the opinion, all of the above. When we want energy, when we need energy here in Texas, we can't discriminate against any source.
But should we be investing tax dollars into a product that at best performs at 45% of nameplate capacity like wind and solar does, at best 45%, when thermal generation provides at 98% of nameplate capacity at peak? Why would we invest taxpayer dollars or something that doesn't even work halfway?
Jared, I don't think you understand. What I'm saying here is we're not doing that. All we're going to do is if wind and solar and other renewables can become fully dispatchable and can certify that, then they would qualify. It's an incentive to those renewable sources to become reliable sources of energy. This is the future. You know, if you're against this, you're on the wrong side of history.
But the PCM is a very complicated structure that we're having to put into place to make up for the wind and solar deficiencies in the grid. And isn't that the incentive that we're really debating, not just handing out tax dollars to renewables, but the PCM is the actual incentive that is built in for thermal or any kind of dispatchable generation that can perform when needed. What this would allow, this amendment, the way that I read it, sir, it says that property used for intermittent power generation to supply power to the grid, we're talking about wind and solar here, correct?
No. Well, this is just the definition that you're talking of a project, of a property. Under the bill, it still has to be dispatchable, and that's the magic word. It has to be dispatchable. We're not there yet. There's not a project that I know of right now that would qualify under this criteria. But 4 years from now, 5 years from now, there will be in all probability. And so we need to prepare for the future. You've got to understand, this is all about the future. It's about your children, your grandchildren being able to have enough power to turn the lights on in their home. We don't know where that power is going to come from, but this won't create it, but it will certainly help. And it will drive down the cost of electricity for the consumers here in Texas. So let's put aside all the special interests that are involved here, and let's for once do what's in the best interest of the people, the citizens of Texas.
Thank you for entertaining my question, sir. I just have one more question.
Okay.
With this amendment, is it your understanding that wind and solar would fall into HB 5 and be allowed to receive taxpayer dollars with your amendment?
Only to the extent that they can certify that they're providing dispatchable power.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I would move.
Chairman Smithy, do you want me to?
Chair recognizes Representative Hunter to speak against the amendment.
Mr. Speaker. Members, number one, I'll be opposing this amendment. Number two, there was an agreement made with groups on this particular bill. And the third thing is, I want you all to make sure that you understand this is not the renewable versus non-renewable. This is about school districts. This is about business coming to Texas. There is an agreement made. We're going to honor the agreement, and we are helping, for example, the other groups in some other matters. So very short to the point, I'll be asking you to oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Representative Vanchia to speak for the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First thing I want to say at the outset is I really do admire and respect my chairman of State Affairs, who's worked very, very hard to craft legislation that makes sense. I have been a strong supporter of economic development incentive programs during the entirety of my service in the legislature. I was in favor of the predecessor 313 program in 2007, in 2013, in 2019, and in 2021, having even joint authored bills in favor of economic development. And so one of the things we're trying to craft here is a bill that also is going to incent rural economic development ensure that projects that are dispatchable come online. And that's where Chairman Smithy's amendment, I think, makes a lot of sense. Because the future, as he points out, is going to be one that includes an all-of-the-above approach. It's going to include baseload thermal generation, probably natural gas. It's going to include peaker plants that are powered by natural gas. But it's also going to include about 30,000 megawatts of dispatchable solar that is in the interconnection queue today. The only way that our grid remains reliable is with the solar energy that is coming online over the next 5 to 10 years. Wind is just about tapped out, members. You know, there's only about 5,000 megawatts in the interconnection queue, right? But solar is going to be really the energy source that comes to the rescue, and it will do so with dispatchability as a result of battery storage. And all that Chairman Smithy is trying to do is say, hey, in the future, if you are dispatchable, regardless of what your feedstock is, regardless of what your energy source is, then you should be in the money for this program. Renewables, I hear them decried on the House floor on a regular basis, and it's really confounding to me. Because the prior 313 program in renewable energy has been the most effective rural economic development program in the state of Texas since New Deal electrification. It has driven billions and billions of dollars to rural communities, to rural school districts throughout the state, and it has been our tax dollars that are repatriated back to Texas and put in your rural communities. These are tax dollars, and we bemoan this all the time, that Texas is a donor state of its tax dollars, that we send our money and Alaska gets our money and Arkansas gets our money and Oklahoma gets our money. In this program, we import more tax dollars, your tax dollars, our constituents' tax dollars, than we send out. And guess what? 60% of those tax dollars get invested in your rural communities. I will just underscore how important that has been to economic development, to public education, and to jobs in the communities that you represent. The other thing we need to point out is that, again, Chairman Smithy is saying, regardless of the energy behind the battery, behind the mechanism that makes it dispatchable, you should be able to participate in this program if, in fact, you are dispatchable. We may not be talking about today, but we certainly are talking about the future, and that's a future that is going to rely heavily on solar, as I said earlier, 30,000 megawatts in the interconnection queue, and it's going to rely very heavily on batteries and peakers that are powered by natural gas. Do not exclude one part of the marketplace that disproportionately repatriates tax dollars to this state, and I ask that you support Chairman Smithy's amendment. And if the amendment does go on, I will be voting heartily in favor of this bill.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Patterson, for what purpose?
I'd like to make a motion to reduce to writing my comments and Chairman Hunter's comments on this amendment.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Members, the amendment is withdrawn. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
Chair recognizes Representative Howard to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this would just reduce the sunset time from 2036 to 2033. I believe it's acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Representative Howard sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gates.
Chair recognizes Representative Gates to explain the amendment.
Yes, members, this amendment is permissive. It allows for a school district to enter into an agreement with the company with an eligible proposed project acceptable to the author. Move passage.
Representative Gates sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair is none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tenderholt.
Chair recognizes Representative Tenderholt to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this keeps Planned Parenthood,
Speaker.
BLM, and
Representative Busey,
different
for what
organizations.
purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of this Tenderholt amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 of the House Rules on the grounds that the amendment is not germane.
Bring the point of order down front, Mr. Busey. Members, the point of order is withdrawn and the amendment is withdrawn. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tenderholt.
Chair recognizes Representative Tinderholt to explain the
Thank you, Mr.
amendment.
Speaker. Members, this just makes sure anyone that was
Mr. Speaker.
company that
Mrs.
forced
Howard, for what
vaccinations
Speaker, I
would
raise
not
a
get
point of
this.
order against further consideration of Tenderholt's amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 of the House Rules on the grounds that the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. Representative Howard. Members, the point of order is withdrawn and the amendment is withdrawn. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Schaefer.
Chair recognizes Representative Schaefer to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this will clarify the issue that the battery storage will be from thermal sources. I move
Representative Schaefer sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I'd move that the dialogue between Representative Shine and Representative Smithy on House Bill 5 be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Shine for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, move to reconsider the vote by which amendment number 9 by Schaefer was adopted.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? There is objection. The question is on the motion to reconsider. Vote aye, vote no. A division vote. Show Representative Hunter voting aye, Representative Smithy voting aye. Strike the board. The motion to reconsider prevails. Mr. Schaefer? Mr. Schaefer? Mr. Schaefer? Members, we are back on the Schaefer Amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Hunter to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. In this bill, as I've said, we have a lot of agreements with a lot of different groups, and I appreciate everybody's cooperation. Mr. Smithy had put up an amendment, and he graciously pulled it down. We have kind of the opposite amendment from Mr. Schaefer, and I would ask that he pull it down, but if he doesn't, I'm going to ask that we follow the same agreement we did with the other members and that we don't put these amendments on at this time. And again, there are agreements made, and I think this would be the better way to do it. We had a good discussion on the issues of renewables, but I think we should be fair on both sides, so I am officially opposing this amendment.
Does anyone else wish to speak on for or against the amendment? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Schaefer to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Let me just clarify that they were referring to some agreement that was made. I was not party to those conversations. I'm putting my amendment forward independent of those conversations and was not aware of them. My amendment is very simple. It ensures that the batteries that will be subsidized in this bill only apply to thermal generation sources. The bill as written primarily benefits wind and solar because those are primarily the types of projects that benefit from batteries. Batteries are needed when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining. So if you want subsidies to go to wind and solar, vote against my amendment. If you want us to incentivize more thermal generation, then vote for my amendment. Move passage.
Question occurs on the Schaefer Amendment. A record vote has been requested. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Representative Schaefer voting aye and Representative Shine voting nay. Have all voted? There being 20 ayes and 107 nays, the amendment fails. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Garcia.
Chair recognizes Representative Garcia to speak, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank Representative Hunter for giving me the opportunity to hold the discussion with him to introduce my amendment. The goal of this amendment is to ensure that property tax abatements established by House Bill 5 would, excuse me. Did I just say the wrong thing? I think I just gave my wrong notes. Excuse me, 2 seconds. Speaker, may I hold for 1 second? I grabbed my wrong notes.
Here, I got it. Right here.
Excuse me, forgive me. So all this bill would do was increase transparency. I think that this amendment would also help with ensuring that these companies that are coming to Texas to do business, that they're truly coming to Texas to do business to and increase the economic development of Texas, to include disclosing any type of incentives that they may have been offered by other states. I do believe that this would be a way for us to have transparency in terms of who we're selecting for these lucrative opportunities. Thank you. And with that, to please vote yes on this amendment. Thank you. Due to further conversations with Representative Shine, it does appear that my request to ask for that information ahead of time is a violation of confidentiality of these businesses. What we were asking was that when a company chooses the state of Texas, the amendment withdrawn.
The amendment is withdrawn.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Johnson of Harris.
The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson of Harris to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment simply offers protection to the new employees that are going to be coming in and making sure that we're providing great wages, because if we're going to be giving great tax breaks, we want to certainly make sure that these corporations are giving the livable wage and the wages that are certainly necessary to make sure that the employees they're bringing in will be able to have a great wage. And so with that, this amendment is acceptable to the author, and I want to thank Chair Shine and Hunter for accepting this amendment. So I move passage.
Amendment to the amendment. Okay. The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mrs. Martinez Fisher to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to thank Representative Jarvis Johnson for bringing the original amendment. The intent of that amendment was to increase the amount of salary that is paid to these employees in the direct jobs. This is an amendment to the amendment that makes clear that the salary, the scale that we're looking at is the average of the manufacturing jobs that are paid in that county. And so at the end of the day, the wages will increase even more to comport with what wages are being paid for jobs in the manufacturing space. I believe the amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the author of the amendment.
Mr. Martinez Fisher sent an amendment to the amendment. It is acceptable to the author. Objection to the adoption of the amendment. To the amendment. The chair has done. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Johnson Harris to close on the amendment as amended.
Move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment as amended. It is acceptable to the author. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment as amended. Is there objection? Chair has none. So ordered.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Harrison on the floor of the House. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Harrison.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harrison to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this
Mr.
again
Speaker.
may be the most pro-teacher initiative this body considers.
Mr. King of Hemphill, for what purpose?
This session.
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of the Harrison Amendment under Rule 11, Section 2, as the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. King of Hemphill raises a point of order against further consideration of the Harrison Amendment, Amendment number 13 under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds that the amendment is not germane. The bill authorized certain agreements to limit the taxable value of certain property developed for specified economic development purposes. The bill requires the comptroller to approve any agreement before it may be approved by a school district board of trustees. The amendment would prohibit the trustees from approving any agreement if less than 50% of its maintenance and operation expenditures in the preceding school year were for the salaries and provide employment benefits to full-time classroom teachers. Mr. Harrison argues that his amendment merely provides a limitation on the discretionary authority conferred on trustees by the bill. The bill requires an applicant, not the school district, to submit the application. The requirement for the comptroller's review is to ensure both that the application satisfies the statutory criteria and that the comptroller has sufficient information to discharge his responsibilities under the school finance law. The amendment relates to matters beyond the scope of the bill, thus it is not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Doorkeeper.
Mr. Speaker, I have a messenger from the Senate at the door of the House.
Admit the messenger.
Mr. Speaker, I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has taken the following action. The Senate has passed the following measures. HB 998, Paul, sponsored by Middleton, relating to the provision of Property Owners Association insurance by the Fair Plan Association in certain areas. HB 1315, Herrero, sponsored by Hinojosa, relating to the creation of the Open Burn Pit Registry Fund and the issuance of specialty license plates to honor members of the United States Armed Forces exposed to the burn pits. Committee substitute. HB 1565, Canales, sponsored by Perry, relating to the functions of the Texas Water Development Board and the continuation of functions of the State Water Implementation Fund for Texas Advisory Committee. HB 2308, Ashby, sponsored by Perry, relating to the nuisance actions and other actions against agricultural operations, amended. HJR 126, Burns, sponsored by Perry, proposing a constitutional amendment protecting the right to engage in farming, ranching, timber production, horticulture, and wildlife management. The Senate has concurred in the House amendments to the following measures. SB 423, 30 yeas, 1 nay. SB 1509, 31 yeas, 0 nays. SB 1523, 31 yeas, 0 nays. The Senate has refused to concur in the House amendments to the following measures and requests the appointment of a conference committee to adjust the differences between the two houses. SB 10, Senate conferees, Huffman, Chair, Campbell, Hinojosa, Colcourse, Nichols. SB 1238, Senate conferees, Nichols, Chair, Johnson, King, Schwartner, Zaffarini. Respectfully, Patsy Spa, Secretary of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. We appreciate it. Mr. Kraus, thank you, Mr. Kraus. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Tenderholt.
The chair recognizes Mr. Tinderholt to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment says companies that are getting these tax breaks need to submit their compliance report annually instead of biannually. I move adoption.
Mr. Tinderholt sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Schaefer.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment will ensure that the applicants comply with state law. Move passage.
Mr. Schaefer sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez-Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez-Fisher to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I have an amendment to the amendment.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that amends my filed amendment to, we're dealing with the area of penalties on the clawback, increases it from 1 time to 2.5 times. And then with regard to the permanent jobs being provided, there will be jobs where there will be an employer-sponsored healthcare plan where the employers will offer and contribute to these plans. And the amendment is acceptable.
Mr. Martinez Fisher sends up an amendment to the amendment is acceptably offered objection to adoption of the amendment. The amendment, the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to close on the amendment as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move adoption.
Mr. Martinez Fisher sends out an amendment that is acceptably offered objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wilson.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wilson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I know y'all probably been inundated with calls, emails, this, that, and the other. Huge distractions. What is this bill really about? We're hearing it's about corporate welfare. We're hearing about it's green versus not green. We're hearing about winners versus losers. But when I peeled the banana and I looked at this bill, what I realized is this bill is about the potential for good jobs in our district. This bill is about potential for higher level vocational education in our schools. This bill is about infrastructure within our cities and our counties that grossly needs updated, especially when you look at small counties like Milam County that's now prospering from similar efforts. But what this bill is really about, this bill is about property tax relief. So essentially what this amendment does is it ensures the intent of this bill. The language in this amendment makes it clear that when the business starts paying the full school district M&O tax bill after their abatement ends in 10 years, that revenue goes towards, listen here, members, lowering the school district's M&O tax rate, thus lowering the citizens' property tax. We all celebrated when we passed House Bill 3 a couple of sessions ago, when we said no new revenue. Well, that is still in effect with this bill. So everything that is paid in, everything that is paid in by that industry when they purchase that land in their first 10 years is going against our INS bonds. And when it hits year 11, it's no new revenue, and then for sure through the entire period, it is tax compression. It is tax compression. That is no different than what we did with House Bill 3. This just reinsures that it goes in effect more soon than what has been transparent to some of our areas have seen thus far. So, if you vote yes for this amendment, you're voting yes. You're voting yes for property tax relief for our citizens who greatly need it. I move adoption.
Mr. Wilson sends up the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye, Mr. Wilson voting aye, Mr. Landgraf voting aye, Mr. Shine voting aye, Mr. Meyer voting aye, Ms. Hinojosa voting aye, show Ms. Lawson voting aye, Dr. Oliverson voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 135 ayes and 0 nays, the amendment is adopted. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hinojosa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We should not be giving corporations tax breaks on the backs of working Texans. And so what my amendment would do is say, for these projects that we are essentially subsidizing by giving these corporations tax breaks, the workers who are working on these construction jobs will be paid what is the prevailing wage, otherwise known as Davis-Bacon wages. This is the gold standard that we use all across this country. In Texas, it is the law. When construction is paid for by the state, when we have public works projects, we are required to pay prevailing wage to ensure that we as the state, as a taxpayer, are not taking advantage of working Texans. All this amendment does is ensure that for these projects, which are also being subsidized by the taxpayer, that we are paying prevailing wage, Davis-Bacon wages, so that we ensure up front that working Texans are paid fairly, that this is not just a trickle-down policy that might maybe benefit working Texans if there's a decision made by employers to pay construction workers right, that we ensure up front that working Texans are paid fairly. And it should be acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter in opposition to the amendment.
Respectfully, I should be opposing this amendment, but thank you, Representative, and I respectfully have to oppose. In this particular bill, we have a lot of the wage formulas in there. It's been workable. The parties have agreed. I'm just going to be asking you to vote no on this amendment.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to close on the amendment.
Members, there are provisions in this job for wages, but not for the construction worker jobs. These are these are the Texans that are building these projects, and we must ensure, we're not asking for a handout here. We're asking that they be fairly paid according to prevailing wage standards in the region that the project is built. That is the way we build all public works in this state, in this country, and we should require no less of corporations that are getting these tax breaks. I move adoption.
Ms. Hinojosa sent an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting nay, Mr. Meyer voting nay, Mr. Slayton voting nay, Mr. Shine voting nay, Mr. Landgraf voting nay, Ms. Hinojosa voting aye. Show Mr. Slayton voting nay. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? There being 53 ayes, 86 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Slayton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Slayton to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is a transparency amendment. The most important group in this bill is the taxpayer. And as this bill's written right now, people have to send notices to the district has to send notices to the comptroller and others. But the taxpayers will have to go find everything on their own on different websites. What this amendment says is only if the school district has websites and social media, only if they have those, they just have to post that they got an application. They don't share any detail of that business or anything. They just are going to alert the public, the people who fund this. They just have to alert them they got one. So if you support this bill, this is a good amendment because the most important people, the taxpayers, are going to be alerted to the application. And I think your people back home, whether you support or oppose this bill, are going to be happy that this transparency is going to be in place with this bill if it passes and becomes law. Thank you.
Mr. Slayton sends an amendment. It is not acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Slayton voting aye, Mr. Shine voting nay, Mr. Metcalf voting, Mr. Meyer voting nay, Mr. Landgraf voting nay, Mr. Hunter voting nay. Show Mr. Wilson voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 8 ayes and 124 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move the House grant permission for the Committee on Calendars to meet while the House is in session today at 5:15 p.m. in room 1W14, Agriculture Museum, to consider a calendar.
Members heard the motion. The objecting chair hears none, so ordered. Following announcement, the clerk read the announcement.
The Committee on Calendars will meet today at 5:15 in room 1W14, Agricultural Museum, in a formal meeting to consider a calendar.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the vote by which amendment number 15 by Schaefer was adopted.
Members, you heard the motion. Is there objection? There's objection. Record vote has been requested. Record vote has been granted. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Mr. Shine voting aye. Mr. Wally voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 109 ayes and 24 nays. The motion to reconsider prevails. Members, Mr. Schaefer's amendment number 15 is back before the House.
For the employees, and then also applies to the occupation. A copy.
Mr. Schaefer, we're on your amendment.
Yes, sir. Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Please state your inquiry.
Okay, so we are on my amendment now.
Yes, sir.
Once I go to the microphone, will I have a chance to speak in favor of my amendment when I'm at the front mic?
You will be recognized on your amendment, Mr. Schaefer.
Okay. Will that be prior to any point of order that's called on the amendment?
The chair's not in control of whether or not the back microphone will be on, and there could be a point of order. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Weiner, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order under Rule 11, Section 2, that the amendment is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front. Ms. Wiener raises a point of order against further consideration of the Schaefer Amendment, Amendment number 15 under Rule 11, Section 2, on the grounds the amendment is not germane. The bill authorizes certain agreements to limit the taxable value of certain property developed by applicants for specified economic development purposes. The amendment would prohibit an applicant from compensating or otherwise providing a monetary benefit in connection with a covered job relating to an activity that would constitute a criminal offense or violate any provision of the Occupations Code. Mr. Schaefer argues that his amendment merely provides a limitation on the eligibility of applicants described by the bill. It is well settled that the major purpose of an amendment determines its germaneness. The purpose of the amendment is to regulate activity by persons under the criminal and occupational laws of this state. The amendment is clearly broader than the scope of the bill and is plainly not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. Please excuse Ms. Morales-Shaw because of important business on the motion, and Ms. Morales of Harris. There's objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
SB 240, SB 664, SB 1004, SB 1115, SB 1207, SB 1372, SB 1730, SB 1859, SB 2232, SB 2233, SB 2284.
Any member wish to speak for or against on the bill? Seeing none, the chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to close.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 5. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Hunter voting aye. Show Mr. Shine voting aye. Mr. Meyer voting aye. Mr. Schaefer voting nay. Ms. Flores voting nay. Ms. Hinojosa voting nay. Mr. Harris of Anderson voting aye. Show the Speaker voting aye. Show Mr. Metcalf voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 118 ayes and 22 nays, HB 5 has passed the engrossment. The chair lays out HB 3067 as a matter of postponed business on third reading. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3067 by Jones of Dallas, relating to the installation and use of tracking equipment and access to certain communications by certain peace officers.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas to explain the bill.
All right, members, I'm back. So we had a lot of cleanup with some language around the bill, but I just wanted to clear up some confusion about the bill that was laid out this morning. First off, this bill does not expand the scope of school or university peace officers beyond what they've already had the ability to do. These school officers have historically they are still able to request search warrants. This is just a bill that is just about search warrants and nothing more. And with that, I move adoption.
The chair recognizes Mr. Schaefer in opposition to the.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and thank you, Representative Jones, for working with me and talking through some of these issues. And he rightly pointed out that there are steps and requirements that these law enforcement officers will have to go through in order to obtain a search warrant or to do a tracking device. But let me make sure, and I'm just going to read straight from the bill analysis. Currently, school and university peace officers are not authorized to obtain search warrants for evidence from social media and cell phone companies, period. And then let me read to who all this is opening it up to. Relating to the installation and use of tracking equipment and access to certain communications to include an officer commissioned as a peace officer by a public school district, board of trustees, a governing board of a state institution of higher education, public technical institute, a private institution of higher education, including private junior colleges. So while there are those steps that are in place, my primary objection to this bill is that there is no direct accountability from the voters for private schools and for colleges. And for that, I'll be voting no.
The chair recognizes Mr. Jones of Dallas to close on the bill.
Thank you very much, members. Looking for your support for this bill. And with that, I move adoption.
The question occurs on final passage of HB 3067. This is a record vote. The clerk reading the bill. Mr. Jones of Dallas voting aye. Mr. Reynolds voting aye. Mr. Fraser voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 77 ayes, 61 nays, HB 3067 is finally passed. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3131. The Senate companion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1210. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1210 by Blanco, relating to the designation of a person who has an interest in the geothermal resource of an orphaned oil or gas well as the operator of that well.
The chair recognizes Mr. Garrett to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill simply allows geothermal energy production entities to adopt orphaned oil and gas wells for repurposing. It also defines energy conservation well as a well used in geothermal energy production. I move passage.
The question occurs on passages to third reading of SB 1210. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1210 is passed to third reading. Mr. Guerra moves the layout House Bill 3131 on the table, subject to callers' objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 392. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 392 by Thompson of Harris, relating to the date on which certain persons placed on deferred adjudication community supervision are eligible to file a petition for an order of non-disclosure of criminal history record information.
The chair recognizes Ms. Thompson Harris to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this merely shortens the wait period for a person who has successfully completed deferred adjudication probation. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment to HB 392. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 392 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2139. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2139 by Burrows, relating to the construction of codes, laws, and statutes.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burrows for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2139 until January 14th, 2025.
Members, you heard the motion. Objection, chair has none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 905. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 905 by Moody, relating to credit toward a defendant's sentence for time confined in jail or prison before sentencing.
The chair recognizes Mr. Moody to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This just ensures that whether the paperwork goes through or not, if someone has served time, that they get credit for that time. Doesn't give them any additional credit. Just make sure if they serve days, those days are credited to them. Move passage.
The question occurs on passage to engrossment of HB 905. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Moody voting aye. Have all members voted? Show Mr. Chia voting aye. There being 82 ayes, 57 nays, HB 905 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1009. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1009 by Turner, relating to criminal history record information reviews of certain individuals providing services to individuals with an intellectual or developmental disability.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, after dealing with constituent cases regarding group homes, I've become aware about opportunities to improve oversight for individuals in our state who have intellectual and developmental disabilities. One of these oversights deals with inadequate background checks. Currently, caregivers of individuals with IDD are only subject to a Texas DPS background check, which does not flag crimes committed in other states, meaning a caregiver who has committed a serious crime in a different state could pass a Texas background check. So House Bill 10,009 would simply require both state and federal criminal history records to be reviewed for caregivers who are authorized to care for individuals with IDD, and I do have an amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Turner.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, taking stakeholder feedback into account, this amendment clarifies a few things. The amendment ensures our bill is consistent with Section 250.006 of the Health and Safety Code. We'll also change the language to give HHSC discretion to take the seriousness of the offense or if the offense had occurred in the past into consideration when deciding the penalty for the provider. The amendment is acceptable, and I move adoption.
Mr. Turner sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair has none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Turner to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the third bill I've had before this House related to reforming group homes this session, and I appreciate the House's support on the previous two bills. I appreciate your support on this bill. I want to especially thank Chairman James Frank for his leadership in the Human Services Committee and the entire committee for their support in helping me craft and move this legislation forward. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 1009. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 1009 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3860. The clerk read the bill.
HB 3860 by Goldman relating to the liability of a county tax assessor collectors for certain acts of deputies.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 3860 removes the liability for possession of metal plates from a tax assessor's collector to an automobile dealer. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment to HB 3860. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 3860 is passed in engrossment. Chair lays out on second reading HB 4966. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4966 by King of Hemphill relating to law enforcement agency personnel records and standards of hiring and separating peace officers.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Hemphill to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 4966 builds on the progress from Senate Bill 24 that we passed last session by standardizing law enforcement personnel files that agencies are required to keep. It also reforms the F5 following what many other states are requiring agencies to do for basic reporting for neutral reasons and how an officer may leave an agency. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment HB 4966. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4966 is passed in engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4444. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4444 by King of Uvalde relating to the conservation and waste of groundwater.
The chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speakers. Members, House Bill 4444 relates to the conservation and waste of groundwater. The bill addresses several points that were raised in the Natural Resources Interim Report, changes the definition of waste, defines what beneficial purpose is, and removes some antiquated statutes that had to do with artesian water wells. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment HB 4444. This is record. Pardon me. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4444 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4446. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4446 by Landgraf relating to certain licensing and permitting requirements for game rooms, authorizing an occupational permit or license, authorizing a fee.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill allows for more extensive background checks for game room licensees. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 4446. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Mr. Landgraf voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 132 ayes and 6 nays. HB 4446 is passed to engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 2198. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2198 by Hefner relating to building height restrictions in certain municipalities.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hefner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 2198 until 9 a.m. Saturday, May 6th.
Members heard the motions. Objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1803. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1803 by Rose, relating to the eligibility of certain individuals to purchase Medicare supplement benefit plans.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 1803 until 10 a.m. Saturday, May the 6th.
Members heard the motions. Objections. Chair hears none. So ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 1680. The clerk read the bill.
HB 1680 by Howard, relating to the authority of certain minors to consent to Texas Home Visiting Program services.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 1680 would clarify the law that allows minors to continue to consent to services not only for the child but for themselves once their baby is born. This bill passed the House last session. Before that, Speaker Phelan carried this legislation in the 86 when we also passed it. Voluntary public health home visitation programs provide home visits from nurses, social workers, and or other trained professionals to low-income Medicaid-eligible mothers during their pregnancy and until the child's 6th birthday. Some of the mothers, though, are under the age of 18, and by law, these women are able to consent to care for themselves and their unborn children. However, agencies report confusion regarding whether these mothers are able to consent to their own personal continued care after their child is born. HB 1680 would clarify the law that allows minors to continue to consent to services not only for the child but for themselves once their baby is born. I believe there is an amendment that I will be approving.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Hull.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hull to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment addresses the concerns and requires that the property owner give consent for any of the services rendered on their property. Thank you.
Ms. Hull sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. The objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members, and thank you, Representative Hull, for working with me on this. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 1680. This is record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 87 ayes, 52 nays, HB 1680 is passed through engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4606. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4606 by Allen, relating to the operation of a juvenile justice alternative education program by a county department of education.
The chair recognizes Ms. Bowers to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 4606 assigns the Juvenile Justice Alternative Education Program responsibilities to the Harris County Department of Education, whose expertise is in serving those alternative populations on their existing campuses. Students attending the JJAEP have been expelled from a local school district for criminal activity or serious misconduct in school. HCDE currently contracts with the ISDs in Harris County for alternative education placement, and the operation of a JJAEP will fit into their operations and allow for additional resources from a separate local government tax rate and best serve this population of students. Mr. Speaker, I believe there is an amendment, and the amendment is acceptable to the author.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Lopez of Cameron.
The chair recognizes Ms. Lopez of Cameron to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, this amendment seeks to increase the county population statute from 125,000 to 3 million. The amendment is acceptable by the author. Thank you.
Ms. Lopez sends over an amendment. The amendment is acceptable. The author's objection to the adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Bowers to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 4606. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4606 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4635. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4635 by Guillen relating to organized crime, racketeering activities, and collection of unlawful debts, providing a civil penalty, creating a criminal offense.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guillen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this provides law enforcement officials with more tools to prosecute those who engage in criminal activity as part of a larger organization or enterprise, including transnational gangs.
Mr. Harless, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for a question.
Yes.
Does this bill have... Never mind.
I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 4635. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Guillen voting aye. Have all members voted? There being 109 ayes and 29 nays, HB 4635 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5066. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5066 by Guerin relating to the criteria for determining the electric need for certain transmission projects.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm moving to postpone further consideration of House Bill 5066 until 10 a.m. Friday, May 5th.
Members heard the motion's objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 5174. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 5174 by Bonin relating to the creation of the Texas Semiconductor Innovation Consortium and Fund.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 5174 is the Texas CHIPS Act. It will help to ensure that Texas remains a world leader in the semiconductor industry with respect to manufacturing, research, and development. It creates a semiconductor strategic plan as well as workforce development and a fund to leverage federal and private dollars. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 5174. There's a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Have all members voted? There have been 130 ayes and 9 nays. HB 5174 is passed the engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4054. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4054 by Goldman relating to prohibited relationships between holders of certain alcoholic beverage licenses and permits.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill defines excessive discounts, and apparently there's an amendment, which I just found out about.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bryant.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, this bill is just fine, except that it includes a gratuitous insertion which changes longstanding law in the state that prohibits distilleries, breweries, and wineries, the manufacturers of alcoholic beverages, from paying anything of value to the retailers. That is the law in all 50 states. That's the federal law. This bill contains a section that would change that. It would then leave a situation in place which led to corruption in past years, and that's why these laws exist. And that corruption was effectively bribing the retailer to provide more shelf space to the wholesaler that offered the thing of value. So that's been prohibited all through the United States. This bill repeals that with regard to Texas. If it's repealed, then the great big wineries, let's say out in California, will be subject to being asked by the retailers to pay their expenses for a fancy trip out to California or to Paris, France, or anywhere else, in return for which they will then give more shelf space to the big guys that are competing with the independents. To say it another way, not only will the retailers then be able to Shanghai the big guys into giving them those free trips, to say it another way, the big guys will then be able to induce the retailers to give them more shelf space if, in return for the thing of value that's been given, in this case transportation, it's been given to the retailer. It's a very bad policy. It's not the policy anywhere in the United States, and it shouldn't be the policy here. This amendment would eliminate that portion of the bill. I urge you to support the amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I had not seen this amendment. Mr. Bryant didn't come to me with this amendment, so I'm going to oppose this amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Bryant to close on the amendment.
I won't take the House's time by repeating my explanation. It's a very bad policy to change this. Let's stick with the law throughout the United States, and a law that served us well and given the independent guys an opportunity to compete. Please vote for the amendment.
Mr. Bryant sends an amendment. The amendment is not acceptable to the author. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. So Mr. Bryant voting aye, Mr. King-Hemphill voting nay, Mr. Goldman voting nay. So Mr. Tinderholt voting nay, Mr. Canales voting nay. Have all members voted? There being 53 ayes, 85 nays, the amendment fails to adopt. The chair recognizes Mr. Goldman to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment to HB 4054. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4054 is passed in engrossment. Members, the next bill on the calendar is HB 3889. The Senate opinion is over and eligible. The chair lays out on second reading SB 1021. The clerk will read the bill.
SB 1021 by Nichols relating to the handling of bids on certain contracts for highway projects.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as everybody's realized over the last few years, everything is more expensive, and that is not exclude building and construction costs. TxDOT's costs have increased by 34.7%. And over the past 24 years, the average annual growth of construction costs are 5.2%. What this does is keep up with the rise in inflation rate, and so the agency can move expeditiously, and I move passage.
The question occurs on passage of third reading of SB 1021. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. SB 1021 is passed at third reading. Mr. Canales moved to lay House Bill 3889 on the table, subject to call. If objection, the chair hears none, so ordered. The chair announces the signing of the following in the presence of the House.
HB 49, HB 446, HB 842, HB 2664, HB 3106, HB 3108, HCR 108, HCR 109.
The chair lays out on the second reading HB 4075. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 4075 by Romero relating to the regulation of certain occupations by the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council authorizing fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Romero to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill will update and streamline the licensing process for out-of-state applicants applying for a marriage and family therapist license, and it will allow the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council to enter into reciprocity agreements with other states, which will facilitate licensure for therapists moving to Texas.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I'll yield.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. I think I get the intent on this bill, Representative. It's when I read the background and purpose, I think it's more about trying to increase the number of marriage and family therapists in the state. Is that accurate?
And facilitate the time that it takes for them to get their license.
So there's some things I have concerns with, and I know that our caucus covers a lot of bills, but it's not on the list of no votes today. But I want to go through a couple things that I'm concerned with. Okay. First is Is it true that these therapists would potentially provide therapy for children one-on-one? A
That is-
family therapist?
That is possible, yes.
Yeah, I looked up the occupation codes. Marriage and family therapists can engage children both individually and within the context of a family. But I have a concern about page 1, line 22 and 23 that strikes a section of code that specifically states that they have not been convicted of a felony or a crime involving moral turpitude. So what we have now, I think, is people that have potentially conducted public lewdness, indecent exposure, enticing a child, improper contact with the victim, abuse of corpse, prostitution, promotion of prostitution, a whole bunch of other ones, obscenity, sale or distribution or display of harmful material to a minor, employment harmful to a child. And when that's removed, I have real trouble with these people being able to work with our children. Does that concern you at all?
Well, let me explain, Representative. The removal is predicated on no longer being needed due to the Occupations Code, Chapter 53, which applies to all license issued by the state, eliminating confusion over offenses that do not directly relate to the duties and responsibilities of the licensed occupation.
So explain that to me, because I want to understand that, and I want other members to be able to understand that too, please.
Well, this would be the case for all other licenses in the state of Texas. And in this case, if that felony did not apply to their direct job, I'm sure if they had a conviction, a felony in relation to not being around children, they would not be able to.
So I want to be clear. So what I'm hearing is all licenses in the state, they're already removed, and that's why you removed it from this bill?
Repeat the question again.
So all licenses similar to this, or all licenses? I just want to understand.
Correct.
It's automatic that they can't have this?
We're complying with the Occupations Code, Section 53.
And is that why you removed it from here?
That's correct.
Okay, and then the other concern I had was some states have lower standards than ours as far as training, 100 hours, they might have 20 hours. And I understand you want reciprocity. How would that work for the states that say have 20 hours of training and we have 100?
So the bill allows the Executive Council to make that decision. So, we formed BHEC, the Behavioral Health Executive Council, and they will implement these agreements with other jurisdictions as long as the other jurisdictions' requirements for licensing is substantially equal to this state's requirements.
Well, thank you for telling me that stuff. When I came up, I had a different mindset. I couldn't, you work on a lot of this stuff. You and I have worked on a lot of veteran stuff together.
We do.
And I was surprised that those lines were struck. I was actually really concerned. So I wanted to come up and ask you. So I want to be clear. I want to close out. Striking those lines is because it's already somewhere else in code that they can't have those charges. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment of HB 4075. This is a record vote. The clerk ring the bell. So Mr. Romero voting aye. Show Mr. Rainey voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 141 ayes and 1 nay. HB 4075 is passed through engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 4309. The clerk read the bill.
HB 4309 by Niave Criado relating to prohibiting certain non-disclosure or confidentiality provisions in employment agreements.
The chair recognizes Ms. Niave Criado to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. This legislation, members, is narrowly tailored to address a specific issue. Sometimes in confidentiality or non-disclosure agreements, there are provisions that prohibit one from working with law enforcement if they have been raped or sexually assaulted or sexually harassed. So this just allows individuals who are bound by those provisions to ensure that they work with law enforcement to facilitate those investigations. I move passage.
The question occurs on passing engrossment of HB 4309. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 4309 is passed engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3486. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3486 by Turner relating to the requirements for the early college education program and the transfer of course credit among public institutions of higher education.
The chair recognizes Mr. Turner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to postpone further consideration of House Bill 3486 until 10 a.m. Monday, May the 8th.
Members heard the motion to object. Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3418. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3418 by Canales, relating to the implementation by the Texas Department of Transportation of a vehicle mileage user fee pilot program and a task force to assist in developing and evaluating the program.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, it's been the honor of my life to serve as the chair of transportation. And one of the things that keeps me up at night is that we underfund transportation to the tune of $10 billion a year. Roughly, we've lost about $100 billion in transportation funding, or should have been funded, since I've been in office. The reality is the gas tax has lost about 90% of its value, in my opinion, since we've got about 98% inflation. Moving forward, the gas and the revenue we get from the pump has almost been extinguished by more efficient vehicles and EVs. And so the reality is, looking into the future, we have to study how we're going to fund transportation. This pilot program has no fiscal note. It is not mandatory. It is permissive for those who want to enroll in it. And the reality is, we have to start studying the future. If we do not study the future, we will not have the gas tax, I can tell you that, and we will have failed our children. Therefore, I ask you that you join me in at least informing ourselves how the future of transportation is going to be funded. Vehicle miles traveled, if somebody's concerned about it, you already pay vehicle miles traveled. You do so when you fill up at the pump. Your car gets a certain amount of gallons per mile, and you're paying per mile at the pump. Well, at the end of the day, we're watching the diminution of the revenue source, which is the gas tax, and we have to figure out how we're going to do this in the future. And what this bill simply does is say we're going to instruct TxDOT to help us look into the future and see what the possibilities are. They may come back and say we can't do it. They may come back and we may hate
Mr. Speaker?
what they have to approve.
Mr. Toads, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yields for questions. He yields for questions.
Mr. Canales, how will you determine a residential vehicle or a commercial vehicle, how many miles they've traveled?
We don't know exactly. That's what we want to do, is we want to figure out how to do it. And so,
would there be some kind of tracker that's on our car or on our vehicle?
So during the study, that's what it instructs them to do, is to find the least intrusive way to preserve our rights of privacy, and they've got to come and report it. So the reality is, I don't know. I don't think anybody knows how this thing operates, and so we're trying to figure it out. And so we're hoping that there's a report.
So it's open to a tracker being on our vehicle?
The study is open to different methodologies of monitoring a vehicle, but right now...
So it's not limited to any kind of tracking device on our vehicle?
It is not limiting the study. It's actually telling...
Do you not worry that...
Oh, absolutely I am. And that's what... Let me ask you... Well, I don't want to ask you a question, but if you'll permit me to...
No, go ahead.
Do you think this body would
I'm
ever
a Republican. You can ask me questions from the front mic.
Do you think that this body would ever pass something that mandated that we track your car?
No, I do worry.
I don't
Mr.
think
Canales,
this body would. I have a lot more faith.
I'm just answering your question.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I do worry that this is the camel's nose under the tent, though, with a study like this.
And so what I'll tell you is, I have a lot of faith in this chamber, and I'll tell you this, I would be the first one to vote against anything that tracked my car.
But the problem is you know, you may be the first one to vote against it, but this legislature can't limit future legislatures from enacting law.
Sure.
And my concern is that this bill that you've laid out to us is going to open the door for future legislatures to go much further than this.
Well, what this bill does is simply study the issue.
But it's a study.
Yes, and it's not mandatory.
That could allow tracking devices on our vehicles.
In the study has all different kinds of operations to see. So right now, the way you report your mileage is when you go to for your inspection and your inspection. And so they've already checked your miles, but I would submit to you, we're all already being tracked. Your car, if you bought a new car, it's being tracked. And so I understand
what do you
your
mean
concern.
It's being tracked?
I understand your concern, Representative.
Who's tracking it?
What? Google tracks you. Google tracks everything you do.
Google tracks me because I have a cell phone.
Because your phone's on, absolutely. And so what I submit to you is that all of us are to some degree being tracked. The government watches all of us.
Okay, so I'm already being tracked. I don't want to be tracked anymore.
And I'll tell you this.
Especially by the Texas
and
state
I
of
agree
Texas.
with you. And so what this simply does is try to figure out a way, the most effective but least intrusive way. And so if you read the bill, it says that they should study the least intrusive, that protects privacy. And so that's what it does.
But that's permissive at the end of the day, isn't it?
Well, nothing's permissive if this body orders it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your questions, Representative. I move passage.
Mr. Wilson, for what purpose?
Yes, is the representative available for questions?
The gentleman
Yes,
yields
sir,
for
of
questions.
course.
He
Thank
yields for
you.
questions.
Thank you, sir. Sir, is it true in the, I believe it was the 86th legislative session, this body commissioned a study to be conducted by the University of Texas and Texas A&M on pavement consumption?
Yes, sir, and I appreciate having that discussion with you. And you and I have discussed it over many sessions, and we have received that study. It was passed out of the Transportation Committee, and we've received what the results are. And so that's one of the biggest things is that the majority of Texas has 200,000 lane miles that we preserve and maintain, and the largest part of our budget in the preservation and maintenance, which is resurfacing, repaving, and maintaining the existing roads. The problem that we've got at this point is that with rising costs of construction, we need to know who's consuming the pavement. Each one of our cars is like a Pac-Man eating pavement, and that study that you're talking about is very insightful as to how we're going to fund transportation in the future.
That's right. And also in that study, wasn't it determined, and I hope people are listening to this because I know they're getting text messages and emails and all that sorts of stuff trying to make this bill what it's not.
There's a lot of conspiracy theorists out there that make up nonsense. I agree with you. I've seen the text messages, and I can submit to this body that it's a ball of lies.
And so some of the truth, if you look at what the research from A&M and University of Texas, and yes, they can work together at times, can't they?
Yes, they can.
But the truth of it is they determined that pavement consumption is 26 cents per mile per truck, period. Is that correct?
Period. And so the largest consumer of pavement is commercial traffic. They consume the road at 10,000 times the rate of mine and your vehicles. And the reality is, what the study showed is that we're all paying too much right now. Individuals are. But the real consumption is from the commercial vehicles. But the reality is those commercial vehicles are bringing our goods to us. And so Texas has almost turned into a welfare state when it comes to commercial traffic and consumers like me and you. They're subsidizing every one of us. When we go to the store, your apple should probably cost a little more. The TV that you bought should probably cost a little more. But the state is subsidizing it to the tune of billions of dollars and actually underfunding, and it's not going to work. And so we've got to do something for our children to make sure Texas remains #1 with the best highway system in the world.
And was it also determined that Europe is going to transition from diesel trucks to electric-driven trucks because of their torque?
Yeah, and the problem with that is that those trucks now weigh more. Electric vehicles weigh more, and so they consume more pavement. And so the real topic is, how much pavement do vehicles consume? That's our biggest price tag, and we've got to figure out how to do this into the future. What we're doing now is not working.
So if we're going to make sure that we're paying for some of our roads through paying for diesel fuel, but there's no longer trucks paying for diesel fuel, does that create a problem with our budget in paying for roads in the future?
It creates a nightmare, actually, and I'll tell you, Texas is in a dark place where, as I mentioned earlier, we're already underfunding to the tune of $10 billion a year. And so we can't expect to have the roads, and you can't expect to move traffic, and you can't expect to not have higher rates of traffic if we cannot afford the future of transportation.
Isn't it also determined that the number of electric vehicles has increased exponentially? And at the same time, what do they pay for using the roads if they're not buying fuel?
They've been using nothing. And so if this pilot came back and it was something this body wanted to do, we would actually eliminate the fuel tax. And I'll repeat that again. We would eliminate the fuel tax.
So therefore, at the end of the day, when you look at this study, and then did we not do another study and facilitated another study to look at this holistically, in which this body commissioned? And by commissioning that, the product of this pilot project is from those two studies.
Correct.
So this body is continuing to move forward by executing this pilot project. This is the next phase of it to determine the actual consumption of payment and how we're going to replace our roads.
You don't know how much I appreciate your engagement and knowing the issue. It's a difficult issue. Most people don't understand it. But you're right. We've been building and building upon how we're going to fund transportation into the future. And this body has moved forward and taken incremental steps to try to solve the problem. And this may not be the solution, Representative. It may come back with the results that this body will not adopt. I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but it is looking at something.
We don't know until we finish this, and this is the third phase, and it's nothing but a pilot project, and it's by 800 volunteers. It's by 800 volunteers who are going to get paid
That's right.
to actually participate in this, but we're turning this into a boogeyman story of we're sitting here trying to make sure that we're going to follow people when at the end of the day, that is not the intent at all.
Texas needs to find a way to fund transportation into the future. The way we're doing it now just simply is not working. And if you really want your roads to look the way they do today, we have to study something. And like I said, this study may not have the results we want, but we will not know until we have somebody look at it. No one has proposed to me in 3 sessions any other form of alternative funding. The last person that I spoke to that was against the bill said, take it out of the rainy day fund. I said, good luck.
I want to thank you for continuing progress. We'll be thanking you 20 and 30 years from now.
Thank you for joint authoring my bill. Move passage.
The question occurs on passing the engrossment of HB 3418. This is the record vote. The clerk ring the bell. Show Mr. Canals voting aye. Ms. Harrison Williamson voting aye. Show Mr. Wilson voting aye. Have all members voted? There have been 102 ayes and 35 nays. HB 3418 is passed through engrossment. The chair lays out on second reading HB 3297. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 3297 by Harris of Anderson, relating to the elimination of regular mandatory vehicle safety inspections for non-commercial vehicles and the imposition of replacement fees.
The chair recognizes Mr. Harris of Anderson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's time to end mandatory personal vehicle inspections, and that's exactly what this bill does. Move passage.
Mr. Rosenthal, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Sure. Thank you, Chairman. So first, can I ask you if we're all interested in public safety?
Of course.
Good. Why do you want to remove the safety inspections for passenger vehicles?
I believe it's an unnecessary burden placed on everyday Texans and we're one of only 11 states that currently requires it. There's 39 other states that don't. Studies have shown that there's been no increase in fatalities or traffic accidents or anything like that for states that don't have the annual inspection. So why keep placing this burden on our constituents, and let's just eliminate it. The Senate.
So isn't it true that the legislature before you and I are classmates? Is that right?
Correct.
So the legislature before you and I got here, in the 85th legislature, approved a study on the importance of safety inspections that was conducted by UT along with the Department of Motor Vehicles, and they concluded that this could impact the safety of our roads.
I haven't seen that study. I wasn't, like you just said, I wasn't here whenever they did it. I can tell you in testimony, there wasn't a single law enforcement or public safety group that I recall coming to testify against this bill.
Okay, and so first I want to make clear that I admire and I enjoy your company. I am very concerned. You know, the things that we look at on these safety inspections, things like tire tread and brakes. I mean, doesn't it worry you at all that you might be on the road with somebody whose tires are poor or brakes failing and it starts to rain? Doesn't that seem dangerous to you?
I think I don't think that an annual inspection really does anything to prevent that. I mean, if you see how fast tires wear and things that can go wrong, the idea that having one mandatory yearly inspection ensures complete safety on the roadway, I think, is a false assumption.
So I'm not even talking about complete safety. As you know, my profession, I'm an engineer. We play by statistics. We look at 80-20 rules and stuff like that. So the argument that you just made to me sounds like you're arguing for more inspections, not less. Mr. Speaker, I'm having trouble hearing.
Members, please take your conversations outside the rail.
No, sir, I'm not arguing for more.
So it sounded to me like if you believe that a single annual inspection is not enough.
I think you misunderstood what I said. I didn't say single inspections aren't enough. I said if your argument is that we should not eliminate them because we have one inspection in place and required per year, then I think that's just a false argument. I'm not advocating for more than one, for sure.
Okay, that's fair. So I actually am genuinely concerned about my safety and the safety of our constituents driving on roads with people who do not inspect the vehicles. And honestly, I find that disturbing. So you said it's an unnecessary burden on drivers? You're talking about financial burden, right?
Not necessarily financial. I mean, just the sheer headache of having to go down to find an inspection station that's open and do it every year before you can get your registration done. I mean, I just think it's the benefit does not outweigh the risk in it.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I think current law provides for vehicles beneath a certain age to do it every 2 years instead of annually. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Is it true that law enforcement registered against this bill in committee but didn't testify?
I don't recall on that. And I don't have the witness list in front of me.
Police Chiefs Association, Houston Police Officers Union, Sheriff's Regional Alliance all registered against this bill because presumably...
Okay, well then I was wrong earlier.
Okay, well I do appreciate you taking the time to answer these. You know, I'm hoping that the membership is listening to this because I would worry about letting vehicles on the road that could be dramatically unsafe. There's two other concerns. One for me is, won't we risk federal funding for our highways? Because doesn't federal law have provisions about this?
Yes, and for those areas that are under those federal requirements to have emissions inspections, this bill does not affect that.
Only the emissions part. Is that the only part that
Correct.
Federal funding hinges on? Second part is we still require insurance on these vehicles, which to me is a much higher cost, right? Why do we require that and not
We've got to
safety
start somewhere.
Fair enough. Thank you for taking the time, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
The gentleman yield for some questions.
Gentleman yield for questions.
Happy to.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Chairman Harris. And I think you partially answered my question with your exchange with Representative Rosenthal, but I just want to clarify. So the bill would abolish the safety inspection, but still require the emissions inspection in our non-attainment areas. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm just wondering practically how that would work. Like right now, once a year, I take my vehicle in, I get a safety inspection and emissions inspection at the same time. So would I still go to the same type of facility that offers those state inspections, but they would simply only do the emissions inspection and not a safety inspection?
Yes, sir. That's what I believe.
Okay. And I think there's been a question raised about whether the existing emissions inspection that's authorized under your bill, would that also include a gas cap inspection?
A gas cap inspection?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that what you said?
Gas cap, yes. So as part of the emissions inspection, my understanding is they evaluate the integrity of the gas cap because that's where a lot of the emissions can come from if you have a gas cap that's not tight or secure. That contributes to our NOx issues in the non-attainment
Nothing
areas.
in my bill alters the way the emissions tests or inspections are done now. So if that's what's required now, my bill does not change that.
Okay, so your intent with the bill would be to allow for any emissions-related inspection or test to continue, including a gas cap inspection?
Correct.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
I'd ask that the dialogue between Chairman Harris and myself be reduced to writing place in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Is there anyone else wish to speak on, for, or against the bill? If not, recognize Mr. Harris to close on the bill.
Move passage.
The question occurs in the passage to engrossment of House Bill 3297. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voted. Being 96 ayes, 39 nays, bill is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on the second reading House Bill 2735. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2735 by King of Uvalde relating to security required before filing a suit against a groundwater conservation district.
Chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2735 is an attempt to limit the number of unnecessary lawsuits that are filed challenging decisions made by groundwater conservation districts by requiring a protestant to against the decision to post an appeal bond at the final stages of the process. I believe there's an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by King of Uvalde.
Chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to explain the amendment.
The amendment clarifies that the applicant for a permit is not required to post a bond, that only a third-party protestant that would harass everybody with their lawsuits. I move passage.
Mr. King of Uvalde sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors. Any objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment's adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. King of Uvalde to close on the bill.
Thank you all for approving the amendment. I move passage on the legislation as amended. Thank you.
All right. The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of House Bill 2735. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King of Uvalde voting aye. Show Ms. Click voting aye. Show Ms. Leo Wilson voting aye. Show Ms. Thiering voting aye. Show Mr. Paul voting aye. Have all voted. There being 100 ayes and 40 nays, the bill passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on the second reading House Bill 2800. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2800 by Paul relating to meetings of a county election board.
Chair recognizes Mr. Paul to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a simple transparency bill to make sure that our county election boards are open to the public and can have the business in front of the people, and there's a notice that they have a meeting. I believe there's an amendment.
Following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment ensures that county election boards can meet in person or...
Mr. Busey, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
Now the chair recognizes Mr. Busey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment ensures that county election boards can meet in person or virtually while still being open to the public, and I believe it is acceptable to the author.
Mr. Busey sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors. Any objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment's adopted. Chair recognizes Mr. Paul to close on the measure.
Move passage.
Okay. The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of HB 2800. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it. HB 2800 is passed to engrossment. Chair lays out on the second reading House Bill 2827. The clerk will read the bill.
HB 2827 by Burns relating to the permitting of and performance of annual soil tests for certain concentrated animal feeding operations by the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality.
Chair recognizes Mr. Burns to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, House Bill 2827
Mr. Speaker,
rewards a success.
Mr. Anderson, for what purpose?
I rise to call a point of order on HB 2827 under Rule 4, Section 32C1. Bill analysis must include background information on the proposal.
All right. Please bring your point of order down front.
Noise.